Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. But today seems kinda odd. No barking from the dog, no snore. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. Hey y'all, hey Tyrell. Get up for later as I hit the door thinking, will I live another 24? I gotta go 'cause I got me a drop top. And if I hit the switch, I can make that ass drop. Jacker in sight. And everything was all right. I got a beat from Kim, and she could do it all night. Hey, Sacred Artist. Hey, Abdul. Hey, Tyrell. Y'all playing basketball. Last week messed around and got a triple double. I can't believe today was a good day. It really was, y'all. Today was a pretty good day. I hope today was a good day for y'all. Hey, Ellie. All right, let me set up this live stream. Because just yesterday, them fools tried to blast me, and they rolled right past me. As I ran the intersection, they was watching Yo MTV Raps. Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. With the 7-11, 7-11. All right, bear with me. I'm setting up the live stream. Now I'm yelling dominoes. Today was a good day. I hope y'all had a good day. As you can see from the title, this is about hip hop. It's ironic. She had the chronic. The Lakers beat the Supersonics and killed the Pooh Nanny. And my Jimmy runs deep, so deep to sleep. Hit the three-wheel motion. Got the fat burger. All right, I'm waiting for this update. But happy Virgo season to everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Today I didn't even have to use my AK. It was a good day. Oh man, homie, my mind is playing tricks on me. When that song came out, my mind playing tricks on me by the Ghetto Boys, man, that shit was deep. I was like, yo, this song is deep. And I'm like, they talking about mental health and shit. Halfway home and my page is still blowing up. All right, I'm almost done. There's something else I gotta do. I guess I got it all. Oh, okay, I put that on. Who feels really sure? All right, who else we got in here? Hey, Catherine. Hey, Bad Robot. Hey, Kalia. She'll endure. You know, a lot of shit has been going down lately, hasn't it? Especially about this guy, what's his name? Captain Kirk. I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk. Honestly, I had no idea who this man was before I heard the news about his assassination. I was like, who is this guy? Because I don't get into politics like that. So it came as a shock to me, not so much about what happened, but I didn't even know nothing about this guy. But supposedly, this guy, he was a big deal in terms of politics, and he was one of Trump's cronies, and He was on the conservative end, I think ultra conservative. And yeah, a lot of people like there's some mixed views about what happened. Like some people are actually like kind of celebrating and other people are mourning his death. And honestly, I don't feel any other way about it. I'm just like, it's another death. People die all the time. Sorry. Ellie said he's not even a politician. He's a right-wing grifter like Candace. That's why I'm like, why are they making this such a big news story? And then I think I heard that they're going to try to build a monument to this man. But I think, because you know I'm a conspiracy theorist, I think that this is trying to drum up civil war in this country. I also think that situation with that guy in North Carolina that killed that woman on the train, I think that might have been or pre-orchestrated. A lot of times when these events get a lot of media attention and it creates this emotional response, like hyper emotional response, I always question the official narrative. But I'm like, it just so happens that the victim was from the Ukraine. I feel like they're really trying to start a civil war any way they can. So I'm saying don't feed into the bullshit. Don't feed into the drama. Worry about yourself. Worry about you and yours. Because we really can't control what's happening in this world. We really can't. We could just sit back and observe and try to protect ourselves as much as possible. But they want us to get all emotional over this stuff. They want us to lose our heads over this stuff. They want chaos. They want mayhem in the streets. They really do. And this is why they've been so soft on crime for the past, what, 10, maybe 20 years. As you noticed, the laws have really been working in the criminal's favor. But I believe that's all by design because that's a way to, I mean, you already see what Trump is doing in some cities. He already did in Washington, D.C., bringing the National Guard in, try to police the people. And these criminals are out of control, I have to admit, but I don't agree with this whole like quasi martial law type stuff. Shit's crazy, but yeah. It seems like they never let us get a break, do they? It's always something. Always something. Always something there to remind me. All right, but we're not going to get all, deep and depressed tonight because it's going to be very lighthearted. This is a sponsored video sponsored by none other than Kawaii Honey. So, Kawaii, I think I saw it. There you go, right there. Kawaii is in the chat. So, thanks for showing up on time. So, we're going to get into it. And like I said on my post, I'm going to need your participation. So, I hope more people start to filter in because this is going to be more so like a discussion, really kind of freestyle. But in the beginning, I'm going to get into the history of hip hop, where it started, and how it shows up in the chart. So we got 29 people up in here right now. But hey, Dr. Ken. Hey, Josie. Hey, Tuli. I hope everybody is doing well. Any exciting things happening with any of y'all? Any uh accomplishments, updates, or whatever? Anything we could celebrate? Even if you achieve something very small, it's still worthy of a celebration or an applause. Let me try to think what I accomplished not too long ago. I know I did something this week that I was proud of, but I can't remember what it was. Ellie said, I don't know why they let violent, criminally insane individuals back into the streets. That's just unacceptable. But this is what they want. They want chaos in the streets. They really do. So they can really bring down the hammer and basically make this like a police state. Oh, happy birthday, Kauai. Happy belated birthday. I'm sorry, I forgot. But happy belated birthday. Did you do anything special? You got that September 11th. Unfortunately, you got to share the anniversary of 9/11. Catherine said I got my first wasp sting today. Well, that is worthy of applause because if you can, deal with a wasp sting, like I am so afraid of wasps. I've never been stung by one, thank God, and I'm like afraid of that, but I have been stung by a bee, and I know how bad the bee stings hurt. So, did it hurt a lot, Catherine? And are you okay? Them damn wasps. I'm like, what are they good for? They're just food for bigger animals and birds and stuff. Ellie said, why everything happened this month, it seems Virgo season sucks ass. You know what? I was just saying to myself the other day that I don't do too well during Virgo season. A lot of bad things tend to happen. Where Amina at? Your birthday too? Happy birthday, Amina. But it makes sense with me because the sun is in my eighth house when it's Virgo season. So it makes sense that I go through some stuff. Lost Boy said Virgo season has me eating my nails up. Yeah, that nervous energy, that anxiety, it'll get you. Catherine said it did hurt a lot, but I'm not afraid of them. Oh, good. Okay. What else did I want to talk about before I get into this live stream? It was something else. Now that sounds good. Bad Robot said I just made some strawberry cupcakes. What type of icing you got? Is it strawberry icing, vanilla, cream cheese? I like strawberry. I just got some strawberry ice cream by Tillamook today. I love their strawberry ice cream. And I'm usually not a big strawberry ice cream eater, but their strawberry, oh my God, it tastes like fresh strawberries and it's not like a heavy strawberry flavor. So it's like a vanilla strawberry. Oh my God, you gotta try it if you like strawberry. Hey, Piero, you're not late for class. You're right on time. Hey, CA cutie. So you got vanilla flavor icing, strawberry cupcake. That sounds good. That's perfect for the end of summer. I could go for some strawberry shortcake. Try the peach. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about peach flavor thing. Now I like peach cobbler, but some peach flavors are a bit like too much on the sweet end. And like peach has that delicate type of flavor. Like peach has it, nectarines have it, mangoes have it, and it's just something about that like delicate sweetness that I don't know, I'm not really crazy about, especially mangoes. I know people always be like bigging up mangoes and talking about, oh, please hit the like button as y'all come in. Um, I know people be talking about they love mangoes and stuff. I've never been able to get into mangoes. And a lot of them are just like really mushy to me. That 21st degree is very fortunate. Very fortunate. It's abundance, but on the negative end, it could be excess. Also, education is a major thing. Kawhi said, I like peach tea and lemonade. That's like my daughters. They love lemonade and peach tea. Ellie said, I don't like peach at all. It just tastes fluffy. It does. I see what you mean. Yes, I get you on the fluffy thing. Now, I can't pronounce your name. What is that, Russian? But you said, I like pistachio and Talenti. I got to come up with a nickname for you. I'm going to say Naya because it looked like Nya. I like pistachio. I recently tried one of those Dubai chocolate bars. It was pretty good. Yes, I started a TikTok. I really didn't want to. I held out for years. And I even had people telling me, oh, you need to go on TikTok. You'll get more followers and stuff like that. I gotta turn my fan on. So if y'all hear this little buzz, it's my fan. But I remember I did create a TikTok like a couple of years ago. And I was like, after a week, I was like, this isn't for me. And then I pulled it down, and then here I am again creating another TikTok because YouTube just don't be showing me love like that. They just don't. But as you can see, I've been trying to post more on YouTube. Maybe not long form videos, but I'm at least trying to keep everybody engaged. If I can't do a long form video, I can do like a video clip and like talk about an aspect or a sign or whatever like that. So hopefully y'all been appreciating those. Trying to stay more engaged, trying to be more present. Abu said, "You hate shellfish, so you don't like shrimp?" Indiglo said, "Yes, I love TikTok. I go over there all the time." Oh, thank you. So we'll see, we'll see in a month how my TikTok does. The only reason why I have followers now is because of y'all. So thank you for following me on TikTok. Dr. Kim said I love the shorts. Now let me tell y'all what I'm sipping on right now before we get into this live stream. So y'all know the Simply Juices, right? I think a lot of y'all drink Simply Juice. That's one of the mainstream juice brands, right? Simply makes pretty good juices. But my favorite one, I got two favorite ones. It's no, three favorite ones. But the first one, the top one is the grape. Oh my God, I'm sipping on the grape right. That's great. Hold on. Let me take another sip. Mm. Indiglo said once you get over 500 followers, you could start going like, oh, that's good to know. But this grape drink from Simply, oh my God, takes me back to my childhood. It's not too sweet. It got a little tartness with it. I like the fruit punch. Yeah, Dr. Kid, that's my second favorite, the fruit punch. And then my third favorite is the cranberry cocktail. But if you notice, the cranberry cocktail is never on sale and it's always over $5, at least where I live. So I rarely get the cranberry cocktail, but that one's really good. Does Simply make apple? Well, I know they make apple, but do they make black currant? That sounds good. I love basically anything grape. Like when I was a kid, if there was a selection of popsicles, I was always picking the grape. If the grape wasn't available, I would get the red one, whether it's cherry or strawberry. Rather, I think it was mostly cherry. Hey Jupiter, Jupiter said, I tried to show my face on camera. It exhausts me. The Scorpio stellium in me hates this. I thrive more with faceless content. And you know what? That is okay. I've noticed that I like being faceless too, but my daughter, my Pisces daughter, she keeps saying, you gotta go back and show your face, mom. She was like, you're gonna get more followers if you start showing your face again. And I'm like, okay, I will. I actually gotta get a new laptop. I've been saying that for the past couple of years. But because I hate buying new laptops, mainly because I have to transfer everything over and I always have tons of files. It's crazy how many files I have because of all the readings I do. So I have to transfer all of that over. I have to install the astrology software. And then I don't like spending money on laptops. I just don't. So I'm like, if I spend like a G on a laptop, that shit better last me for at least 5 years. So the laptop I have now, I think I bought it in 2019. So it's no, I must have bought it in 2020. So it's only been about 5 years. But I'm gonna get another one soon. Even though I hate and my laptop will beat up. You should see it. Like the keys, the you know how they have the letters on the keys. All of that has been wiped off of most of them. Cause again, I put a lot of work on my laptop. I'm always typing and stuff. So yeah, it looks pretty busted up. It won't work unless it's plugged in, but the plug doesn't stay in, so I had to glue it in. Like it's that crazy, but I'm that type of person where I'll ride something till the wheels fall off. All right, let's get started. Now, I hope I have some Gen Xers up in here and also maybe some boomers too, because I'm going to take it back to the 70s, because that was the beginning of hip hop. Oh, before we get into it, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all feel like rapping, being a rapper, is a young person's profession? Like, you know how you got these rappers nowadays, the older ones. I just recently seen a collaboration. It was LL Cool J, it was Busta Rhymes. Who else? Some Wu Tang members. They're doing a collaboration. They had a video, and I turned it on, and I only got through the first few seconds because the beat wasn't hitting for me. And the way I kind of feel, I do kind of feel like rapping is a young person's art form. Not saying that older people can't do it, but it's just the spirit of hip hop, the spirit of rapping is very young. It's a young spirit to me. Hold on, let me pull up this live stream on my phone. And honestly, I really don't care to see these older rappers coming out with new shit. I really don't. Unless it's really some hot shit. What the? Okay. Because a lot of times it'd be lame. Look at Will Smith. He done lost his mind. Wait, what's that song he got? I like pretty girls. Now, you know, Will has always been kind of corny, but he really he's like halfway to the nutty house, the nut house with that shit. I like pretty girls. All right, let me see what y'all are saying. I feel sorry for Jaden and Willow to have a father like that that's like humiliating himself. Dr. Kim says Slick Rick just dropped a new album. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, come on, Slick. I'm not really interested in hearing nothing that these older rappers got nowadays. He says Irish, my age, done it all his life. So you're saying, Jules, you're saying no? What's up, Jules? You're saying it's for, and Dr. Ken said it's for any age. Let's see. Tyrell said, I think, yes, rapping does seem like a young person's sport. Kind of like basketball, football. It does kind of seem like it is more for the young. And again, I'm not saying that when you get older, you should just stop. I'm just saying I'm not really interested in hearing these older rappers put out some new shit. Abu said, no, I think it's more so about the material that is being talked about, especially for the older folks. Jules said, but older voices get gravelly and rough, aggressive. Aggressive, I must say. Yes, rapping is very Gemini. Yes, Naya. Lost Boy said, I feel like it's for the young for sure. If you get to see all old, I'm gonna have to put my reading glasses on. I'm still not used to my reading glasses, y'all. I be still acting like my eyes are the same. Hold on, let me put these on. Okay. I feel like it is for the young for sure. If you get to see all old rappers, they either don't do it or they just don't care anymore. It's the young spirit you talk about. Yes. And I feel like it kind of looks like desperation with some of these putting Tully said Ice Cube just dropped and it's trash. That's what I'm talking about. You know, there comes a time where you just have to admit that, shit has run its course and it's time to pass the torch. And I think some of these rappers are just holding on a little too long. Dr. Ken said Nas is the best rapper, fight me. I won't disagree with you on that. Shine Star said, I don't think Will has was ever known for rapping like that in the first place. He wasn't. He really wasn't. Because even like when he put out Girls of the world ain't nothing but trouble. And then parents just don't understand. It was very like whitewashed, commercialized type of rap. The most funkiest rap that he put out, and it was mainly because of the beat, but even him rapping on it was good. That was a brand new funk. And then also Summertime was good. I have to give it to him. Summertime was pretty good. Summer, summer, summertime. But I never like getting jiggy with it. I never liked what's the other one? Welcome to Miami. Now, I'm from the old school, but I was born after the beginning of hip hop because hip hop began supposedly in 1973. Now, we can't say, oh, that's a definite official date because there is actual date of when hip hop began, but we can't really say, well, that is actual official. That's according to people's recollection, and it's basically dealing with a party that was taking place. And that was supposedly the birth of hip hop. And again, that was 1973. I was born in 75. So I kind of missed the 70s part of hip hop. Now, of course, I was alive when Rappers Delight came out. I said the hip hop, the hip it to the hip hoppy, the don't stop. That one. Um, and some other ones. But I really came to, it was once like the movie Beat Street, for instance. That's when like I was really in the thick of hip hop, early 80s and on. But even like, because I'm trying to think, Curtis Blow, that was like early 80s, like 1980, 81, maybe 82. And then you had Grandmaster Melly Mel and the Furious Five with The Message. Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like a jungle sometimes to make me wonder how I keep from going under. Now that shit is deep. If y'all don't know about that, because I know I got some young viewers up in here, some Gen Zers. I'm sure a lot of millennials know about The Message, but that's a deep song. Very deep. Indigo U was born in 75 as well. 75, that was one of the best years. Telling you. I love Houdini too. So yes. So I was, digging hip hop back when Houdini was hot. Of course, Run DMC, Grandmaster Melly Mel, and the Furious Five. Cool Mo D was another one that was big back then. Um, who else? Schoolie D. He was from Philly. Just Ice. These are some of the early predecessors of hip hop that I'm mentioning. And then later on, you had Run DMC came out. I was a big fan of Run DMC. Public Enemy, of course. Love me some Public Enemy. Then, of course, BDP, Boogie Down Productions, KRS-One. But yeah, so this video has been sponsored by Kawaii Honey. Like I said before, thank you, Kawaii, for sponsoring this video. So we're going to start with the birth of hip hop. So according to sources, birth of hip hop took place on August 11th, 1973. And that 11 birth number, it pertains to race, culture, nationality, location, because it breaks down to two, and that's Cancer energy, even like a sense of family. And hip hop started in the Bronx, New York. So basically, a small, well, no, the Bronx isn't small by any means, but it was a part of New York City. And, these are people that are just having a party amongst themselves, but it ended up spreading far and wide. So I'm going to get into some of the aspects that are represented. Now, again, like I said, this isn't a really official date, but this is according to sources like who were at the party, like I believe DJ Kool Herc and some others. But the chart definitely fits. It definitely tells the story of hip hop. So we're going to go with it. Jupiter said, you said Rob was right. My 9 to 5 job feels like slavery. I hate that I only get a 45-minute lunch break 3 hours after I clock in. That's messed up. These jobs, they be tripping. All right, so here's the chart. They even had the time, so 9 p.m. And there's this flyer. Here it is right here. There's this flyer. You can't really see the 11th, but you could see the 9 basically pointing to 9 p.m. You kind of see the 73 behind him. This is Cool Herc right here. This is the one that was putting on parties. So here he is right here again. So summertime, 1973, block party, or maybe it was a party in a, I think it was a party in a rec center. And he was a DJ. So he would bring his records and, he's the one that wait a minute, was he the one that came up with the breakbeat? We're going to get into the history in a minute, but let's read about it right now, real quick. Hip hop. Okay. Okay. It says hip hop is a popular music genre that emerged in the early 1970s alongside a hip hop subculture built by the African American and Latino communities of New York City. The musical style is characterized by the synthesis of a wide range of techniques, but rapping is frequent enough that it has nearly become a defining characteristic. Other key markers of the genre are the disc jockey, DJ, turntablism, scratching, beatboxing, and instrumental tracks. Cultural interchange has always been central to the hip hop genre. It simultaneously borrows from its social environment while commenting on it. The hip hop genre and culture emerged from block parties in ethnic minority neighborhoods of New York City, particularly Bronx. DJs began expanding the instrumental breaks of popular records when they noticed how excited it would make the crowds. The extended breaks provided a platform for breakdancers and rappers. These breakbeats enabled the subsequent evolution of the hip hop style. Many of the records used were disco due to its popularity at the time. This disco inflected music is known as old school hip hop. The genre became more stylistically diverse in the 1980s as electro music started to inform new school hip hop. The transition between the mid 1980s and 1990s became known as hip hop's golden age as the genre started to earn widespread critical acclaim and generate massive sales. All right. The popularity of hip hop music expanded throughout the 1990s and into the 21st century, where it further proliferated with the rise of the internet, resulting in many internet rap based subgenres. It became a worldwide phenomenon, and most countries have local variations on the style. Hip hop has been the best selling genre of popular music in the United States since 2017. Now, this is interesting. We're going to get into the etymology, which is how the word was derived with this. This is kind of interesting. So, hip hop has been in use since the 17th century to mean a succession of hops. In George Villiers' 1671 play, The Rehearsal, Prince Volscius exits a scene awkwardly with one boot on and the other off. The director of the scene exclaims, "To go off hip hop upon the occasion is 1,000 times better than any conclusion in the world." A common variation on hip hop is hippity hop, which was in wide usage by the 19th century. It appears in works like a poem from 1882 where four children sing hippity hop to the candy shop. It was a common refrain in skipping games. Many dance steps include a hop. By the 18th century, hop began to be used interchangeably with dance as both a noun and a verb. An early usage of hip hop in recorded popular music is found in the Dovelles, the 1963 dance song You Can't Sit Down. You gotta slop, bop, flip flop, hip hop, never stop. A decade later, disco disc jockeys would pepper their sets with exhortations to the crowd, which is why the emerging style was originally known as disco rap. One of DJ Hollywood's chants was hip hop, the hippity hop, the body rock. Lovebug Starsky recalls originating the phrase when he messed up the change between records. I picked up the mic and just started saying a hip hop, the hippity hippity hip hop. He was claiming credit for inventing the name by 1979. In another version of Starsky's tale, he coined hip hop with Keith Cowboy from Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five as they traded jibes at a friend who was going into the army. Kid Creole recalls the scene without Love Bug present. Cowboy was on the mic playing around doing that army cadence. Hip hop, hip hop, hip hop. Disco was king at the time, and disco crowd referred to us as those hip hoppers, but they used it as a derogatory term. But Cowboy was the first one I heard do that to music as part of his crowd response. The phrase was in common usage by the time the Sugar Hill Gang recorded Rapper's Delight in 1979. The chorus begins, I said a hip, hop, the hippie to the hippie, the hip hopper, you don't stop the rockin'. By the early 1980s, hip hop's definition had expanded into the all inclusive tag for the rapping, breaking, graffiti writing, crew fashion wearing street subculture. You see how they said all inclusive? That's that Pisces rising. Africa Bambaataa, I don't even want to mention this pervert's name. I don't know if y'all know, but I did a video about Africa Bambaataa early on, like in my YouTube channel, and I was talking about because basically he was exposed as being a child predator back in the day. And yeah, I hate that he's one of the pioneers of hip hop. But anyway, Africa Bambaataa was instrumental in turning the term into a positive force through his universal Zulu nation. Their social movement was anti-drug and anti-violence. Look at this, anti-drug and anti-violence, but you touching kids, okay? As rappers began to dominate hip hop, the terms became synonymous. However, hip hop's definition has always applied to its entire culture. Its four principal elements, including rapping, DJing, breakdancing, and graffiti art. Knowledge is sometimes described as the fifth element, underscoring its role in shaping the values and promoting empowerment and consciousness raising through music. What happened to all that? Now, KRS-One identified additional elements: self-expression, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. He also recognized girls' double Dutch jump rope as a key. Let me stop. As a key stylistic component of breakdancing. Now, the reason why I'm laughing is because I feel like KRS-One takes himself too seriously, but that's another discussion. Now, in addition to borrowing from the culture, hip hop simultaneously comments on it. From its roots in the Bronx to its current global reach, hip hop has served as a voice for the disenfranchised, shedding light on issues such as racial inequality, poverty, and police brutality. Now, we're not going to get into the history with we're going to just get to the birth of hip hop. Now, by the 1970s, the Bronx had been cut in half by the Cross Bronx Expressway. The construction accelerated white flight from the neighborhood and concentrated lower income African American, Latin American, and Caribbean residents in the southern half of the borough. This massive multi ethnic working class community is where hip hop was born. The traditions of these ethnicities all informed the emerging genre. Now, this is the beef I had with some of the uh so-called scholars of hip hop. And this has been happening in probably like the past few years, where there's been this schism about who started hip hop and who was there in the very beginning. And you have these black rappers from back in the day, they don't want to give Puerto Ricans credit. But Puerto Ricans, they was right there up with the blacks back in the beginning of the hip hop days. They kind of filter it off a little bit later on, But even in the 90s, you still had Fat Joe, you had Big Pun, you had Cuban Links. So I'm just like, I just feel like some black men feel threatened whenever somebody else comes along and basically is at their level or can even rise above their level or whatever. So they're trying to like gatekeep this whole hip hop thing. And I'm like, why are you lying? Like, if you look at any of those old school hip hop films, like Beat Street, if you look at Style Wars, if you look at Wild Style, you always see Puerto Ricans and blacks together. Same with Dominicans too, Ellie. Yes. You could basically say black and Latinos. Like that was an integral part of the beginning of hip hop. And for some of these black rappers to discredit or I'll say to diminish the influence from the Latinos with hip hop, I feel like it's a huge disservice and disrespect. So I just want to put that out there. Cause who's one of the main ones? Like matter of fact, that bozo Tyreek Nasheed, I think he's one of the ones saying, "Oh yeah, Puerto Ricans had nothing to do with the early parts of hip hop." And I'm like, you, first of all, especially with b-boying, breakdancing, and graffiti artists, a lot of them were Puerto Rican. Maybe they didn't really, corner the rap part, but when it came to the dancing and the graffiti and the style too. And then we can't forget the Caribbeans too. Nowadays, they want to have us divided. We used to kind of be more unified as people of color, and now you want to like they want to divide us between like FBAs, and then they want to say, they want to call it tethers or whatever. It's just bullshit. It's crazy. I love me some Crazy Legs. I used to watch his podcast back in the day, and he gave me a shout out one time. Yes, but okay. So let's finish reading. Now, this massive multi-ethnic, you see this multi-ethnic. So it wasn't just blacks. I will say blacks, they made up the majority, but you can't discount the influence from the Latinos. Now, and some whites too. The massive multi-ethnic working class community is where hip hop was born. The traditions of these ethnicities all informed the emerging genre. As all music does, hip hop reflected the social, economic, and political realities of its creators, who were sometimes disenfranchised and marginalized. The dominant genre of the time was disco. Even black radio stations were playing hit disco records as they targeted larger suburban audiences. The way Europe stripped the blackness out of funk and disco streamlined it and became a target for parody in the black community. George Clinton mercilessly lampooned it as the placebo syndrome in his P-Funk mythology. Even though disco birthed hip hop, much of the genre's early spirit was a rebellion against its parent. Hip hop first had to inherit the rich trove of studio and DJ techniques that disco innovated. It became trendy for dancers to use the instrumental break in a song to show off their best moves. Some would even forgo dancing until the break in a record came on. The practice became known as breakdancing, and it increased demand for the breaks that DJs would soon supply. These dancers became known as B-girls and B-boys. I love me a B-boy. Thank you for your super chat, L. You said hip hop sounds like a tale of Leo versus Aquarius, fifth and 11. Very much is. Yes, you will see. It very much is. Now, one of the most popular clubs was the Plaza Tunnel in the basement of the Concourse Plaza Hotel where DJ John Brown held sway. To keep people moving, he would mix a wide range of records like Jimmy Castor's Bunch, It Just Begun, the Isley Brothers Get Into Something, Earth, Wind and Fire's Moment of Truth, Rare Earth's Get Ready, Redbone's Maggie, and Chicago's On the Man. So it goes on and on. We don't got time for all this right now, but y'all get the gist of the history. And again, this is Kool Herc. He was one of the pioneers of hip hop. So let's get into some of the placements and aspects in this chart. So the ascendant is at the 15th degree of Pisces. And again, this is the chart dealing with the birth of hip hop. Let me heart this. All right, so 15 is a blessed degree. It deals with magic that you are basically creating where you could come off as magical, very magnetic. It deals with artistry, so that fits. And then Pisces is artistry as well. So artistry including music, DJing, dance, graffiti, MCing, and with Pisces this is like an amalgam of art, or like they said, all inclusive. Now, Venus is in Virgo in the seventh house and it's opposing the ascendant. And with this, this is representing the techniques. So remember, this Wikipedia article was talking about the different techniques and how the DJs had to, learn certain stuff to be able to create certain sounds. So Virgo is about techniques, Virgo is about skills, ingredients, and also Virgo is categories. So this is basically representing the five elements of hip hop. But also Virgo is the critic. So it's representing the critics that basically were cropping up when hip hop started to come on the scene. Because in the beginning, you had a lot of people, older people, that is, the older boomers and the silent generation. I think that's what they were called, or what they call the greatest generation. So it would be my grandparents and my parents. A lot of them, when hip hop first came on the scene, they weren't digging hip hop. They was like, "What is this bebop? Don't stop hip hop. What is this scratching noise? What is this? It just sounds like a bunch of noise to me." And then they would put on some Luther Vandross, or they would put on some Teddy Pendergrass or the Whispers, and they'd be like, "Now this is real music right here. I don't know what that hip hop bebop you talking about, but this is some real music right here." They put on some James Brown. They be like, "See, this is where they got it from right here. This is the source." But yeah, so you had a lot of people criticizing hip hop in the beginning. And even now, hip hop still gets criticized if you think about it. But yeah, in the beginning, hip hop wasn't seen as a legitimate art form. It wasn't seen as a legitimate genre of music. So it took some years before hip hop started to become respected. Mercury is in Leo, which fits hip hop, doesn't it? Because Mercury would be the rapper. And Leo is about being bold, being braggadocious, basically being conceited, being full of pride. And also Leo is entertainment as well, entertainers. So it makes sense that Mercury is in Leo in this chart. Makes sense that the sun is in Leo as well. But especially with Mercury representing the rapper. So braggadocious rappers take away from the humility of Pisces. And also the competition theme that comes with Leo too. Like competition and Pisces doesn't mix. And neither does that braggadocious type of energy. It doesn't mix with Pisces because Pisces is a sign of humility. So this sesqui square is basically representing this, like how rappers would get carried away with their braggadocious, the competition, all that, which would lead to beefs and all that. Mars is in Aries, semi-square ascendant. So this is basically pointing to confusion over hip hop's origins, Caribbean influence, Puerto Rican influence, for instance. Like there's some debate about, where it started, who's really, responsible and all that type of stuff. And with that Mars and Aries, that's representing an ego being a big part of it. Now the ascendant is squaring the Sagittarius midheaven. So you could look at this square as an isolated body of individuals, them being isolated in the Bronx, takes the world by storm. So Neptune is ruling the hip hop chart, and so is Jupiter because both of those planets rule Pisces. So Neptune's in Sagittarius and it's in the ninth house. So this is basically showing an expansion upon existing art forms. And again, where it became worldwide. So extension of breakbeats. So you could look at that ninth house and Sagittarius as extending things. So hip hop basically, again, it started with the extension of break beats in songs, such as like James Brown songs or like Jimmy Castor and the Funky Bunch. We just begun. Also, hip hop becomes worldwide, and it became worldwide pretty quickly. And the multicultural influence with hip hop, which is Sagittarius and the ninth house. Now, Jupiter is in Aquarius and it's also ruling the chart, and it's in the 11th house. You know, Aquarius and the 11th house, they're basically one and the same in terms of their meanings. So, this is representing a movement, a collective, also setting trends and groups that were formed. Also, that Aquarius and 11th house is dealing with innovation, inventions, technology. And this is where the producers come in because really hip hop wouldn't be much without the producers, the ones making the beats. So this shows with Jupiter Aquarius, these are all the producers and how they're the main ingredient. Now, this is beautiful because the rulers of this chart are in positive aspect with each other. So there's a sextile between Jupiter and Neptune in Sagittarius. Sextiles are very positive aspects and they can bring about some beautiful things dealing with the two planets that are brought together. So I look at this sextile as the gift that keeps on giving. You know, hip hop is still alive and well, even though Nas said hip hop is dead. Matter of fact, I would kind of say the true essence of hip hop is dead. Now we basically just have rappers, but yeah, so it is kind of sad, but it's still the gift that keeps on giving because there's still people that are about, really embracing the art of hip hop and really getting into like not just about making it big on Spotify and stuff, but they're really getting into the art of it. Like what's that chick's name? Dochi? I know people say she's a plant. Is that her name? I'm getting kind of old, y'all, so forgive me if I'm not pronouncing her name right or if I'm getting her name mixed up. But I think she's the one. Now, she had a couple of songs. I was like, oh, she's taking it back to the old school. I think one of the songs is called, is it Nissan Ultima or something? Where she like, stand up. I like that song. CA Cutie said, Babyface is one producer that has blessed us. He really has, especially with that Waiting to Excel album. Oh my God. That album was a gem. Doja, yeah. So if you notice, Dochi, I like Doja Cat too. I like quite a few of her songs. But as you notice, Dochi kind of took it back to the old school with her style of rap. So again, it just shows that this sextile is showing that hip hop is the gift that keeps on giving. Also, it's representing the expansion of music leads to a number of inventions, innovations, technologies, scratching, sampling, beat, and drum machines. So, this is very much dealing with the technology that goes into creating the beats. And this musical movement becomes international. So, Mercury is in Leo, it's in the fifth house. So that's a really good placement for Mercury. Again, with Mercury representing the rappers in particular. So Mercury trine Neptune and Sagittarius represents all the rappers, MCs, and DJs. Also, Mercury and Leo, again, a lot of bragging, boasting, and bravado. And how about the gold jewelry? So this trine is representing the gold jewelry that was a big part of early hip hop. But even with some of these newer rappers, they like to wear a lot of gold or platinum and a lot of bling and all that type of stuff. But yeah, this trine is basically representing that with Leo representing gold and Neptune representing fine jewelry. And think about Sagittarius. Think about how the big gold dookie chains, the big old bamboo earrings, it was all big. The bigger, the better. can also represent the graffiti artist and the media attention, the shows, the advertisements, the videos. Like once hip hop became mainstream in the 80s, they were putting it in everything: McDonald's commercials, Burger King commercials, sitcoms. They would have a rapper come on there, or they'd be doing some breakdance or whatever, movies, all types of stuff. Hip hop took the world by storm. And this trine is basically showing that it's a big part of that. Mercury and Leo opposing Jupiter in Aquarius in the 11th. Hip hop attracts a huge fan base. So that Jupiter in Aquarius in the 11th is representing the huge fan base and where the fan base was international, creating a frenzy or a sensation. You could also say phenomenon. The rapper is nothing without a producer, and especially back in the day, DJ. So he's the rapper, I'm the DJ. So the rapper side is Mercury and Leo. The DJ or the producer is represented by the Jupiter and Aquarius. So again, like I said, hip hop really wouldn't be much without the producers, the ones that make the beats. So again, the rapper is nothing without a producer and DJ. And this explains why DJs were often featured right alongside the rapper back in the 80s. Like exactly, Eric B. and Rakim, uh, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Sometimes you would even have the DJ's name first, like Eric B. and Rakim, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Cool G Rap and DJ Polo. Who was Big Daddy Kane's DJ? I forget. But they also had dancers too. Salt and Pepper, they had Spinderella. Yup, Abu. Run DMC, they had Jam Master Jay. Yup. So the DJ was a big part. You see how now Salt and Pepper is not trying to give Spinderella any type of like claim to fame? Seemed like they really tried to cut her out. Yup, Rakim is an Aquarian. More about that in a minute. Also, how about the activist and liberation themes that are present in hip hop? So, hip hop was loud and it made statements. It made political statements, especially with groups like Public Enemy, Boogie Down Productions. There was a group called X Clan back in the day, and they were very Afrocentric. They were very political. So, yes, very much about liberation and activism themes. And some of y'all may not want to hear this, some of y'all hip hop purists, but we also can't forget to acknowledge the LGBTQ influence in hip hop. This is another issue that comes with these rappers, and a lot of it's dealing with this Mercury and Leo, because that Leo energy can produce a lot of machismo, a lot of hyper masculinity, but they don't want to really acknowledge that a lot of these early pioneers, they were either gay or bisexual, especially the dancers, especially the DJs, Jazzy Jeff, more than likely, Will Smith. I'm just saying, most people have speculated that Will Smith goes both ways. I've heard people speculate that Jazzy Jeff was straight up gay, and I wouldn't be surprised. First of all, anytime you have an art form, there's going to be plenty of people of the LGBTQ community. That's just the way it is. A lot of them are very artistic. So I think it's about time we start acknowledging that part of hip hop, that influence, because it's there. Especially like, there was a subgenre. I kind of consider house to be like a subgenre of hip hop, and house was very gay. Most of those dancers that was doing house and freestyle, most of them were gay. And house converged with hip hop along the way, especially in the late 80s and early 90s. And you had groups like the Jungle Brothers, Queen Latifah, she had some house music songs, Tribe Called Quest. So again, we need to start acknowledging that it's not like just gays just showed up overnight. No, they've always been here. They've always been in music. They've always been in dance. So Why should we continue to act like they weren't present in the early days of hip hop? They very much were. They just weren't out and like basically parading it around like how people do now. Unfortunately, again, because hip hop has always been very hyper masculine, sometimes even toxic masculine, and very much about that machismo. But yes, the house, the electro, electronica, a lot of that, there was a lot of gays and lesbians that were pioneers in terms of those genres. And we can even remember they said disco was the precursor to hip hop. Disco was full of people in the LGBTQ community. Yes, Queen Latifah, one of them. I think MC Light was a lesbian or is a lesbian, but I don't know if she's ever come out the closet. But as I was basically collecting some of the charts and looking at some of these guys' pictures, I started to like really look at them from a new eye. I mean, my eyes got open. I was like, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if half of these dudes on this list that I'm about to present are bisexual, straight up. Because again, look, people are logging off right now. I first had 50, now there's 45. I told you some people aren't going to like what I'm saying right now, but it is what it is. Siobhan said the masculinity part came after gangster rap. Look at Dr. Dre. Before he became this gangster rap character, he was in World Class Wrecking Crew with the sequins and shit and looking all, you know, dazzled or bedazzled, I guess you could say. Yes, Abu, Big Daddy Kane has some sus pictures. And yeah, where do you think Diddy got it from? Like, come on, Diddy goes back in the day too. Jupiter Going Wild said Janet Jackson gave me lesbian vibes, especially her Velvet Rope era. That Velvet Rope album was the shit. My favorite song out of that album was Anything. Tupac, another one. Wait a minute, who was the ballerina? Didn't Tupac was a ballerina too? Yeah, the brat. We knew way back in the day. Now, if you really, really came to party, then let me hear everybody. Okay, let's move on. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there, especially with Jupiter being in Aquarius in the 11th house in this chart. Now, Jupiter in Aquarius trying Pluto in Libra, the producer sampling of music. So the sampling is coming from Libra. So the producer sampling of music and the legal implications that resulted. Now, this is not really pointing to the problems with the legalities. This is more so just dealing with the sampling that was being done by the producers. Innovative music, electronic music, all the different rap genres. An innovative and experimental form of dance, breakdancing, b-boy, b-girl. And Neptune and Sagittarius, sextile Pluto and Libra, that's a cross generational aspect. So when it shows up in the chart, you really got to take into account the house placements. But this is a really good sextile to have for music. So music that incorporates music from other artists, aka sampling. So if you heard of the term digging in the crates, this aspect is basically like digging in the crates, basically producers and DJs trying to find songs from back in the day that they can incorporate in their beats. Artistic collaborations. You know, hip hop is full of artistic collaborations. She does kind of look like Jane Kennedy. She's so cute. I love the style of dress back in the early 80s. It was so fly. Now here's Grandmaster Flash. He was one of the early DJs in the hip hop world. Now, if you see like one of his interviews nowadays, this man comes across as very arrogant, and it fits that Mercury and Leo all day. I don't really care for him like the way he comes across in interviews. Very arrogant, and he seems a little zesty too. So, uh, I should play a video to show y'all. Let me see if it's going to play right. How can I do this? Hold on. Because y'all just gotta see what I'm talking about with his mannerisms. Because Grandmaster Flash, I would say he was one of the ones that was probably bisexual. I don't got time, but when you get some time, if you want to see what I'm talking about, just Google Grandmaster Flash, put in like interview, and pull up a video of him in an interview, and you'll see what I'm saying. He got some mannerisms to him that makes you, kind of wonder. And to be scratching them records, you gotta have that limp wrist. I'm just saying. Chicka chicka choo, chicka chicka choo. Siobhan said the older they get, they can't hide any longer. You're so right. Yeah. Chicka chicka choo, chicka choo, chicka choo. All right. So more about the birth of hip hop. So Sun and Leo, which is so fitting for hip hop, trine Chiron and Aries. So this trine is basically representing creative output that breaks the mold, because Chiron is about breaking the mold, and the Sun is representing that creative output. A male dominated field. Now, while there was, plenty of female rappers, hip hop artists, it was still a male dominated field, and it still is. Machismo, male chauvinism is basically celebrated. And this is representing all of the aliases and also the brands. Hip hop was all about brands and labels, wasn't it? It still is. And it's kind of sickening. Leo is very much about labels and who got the latest thing and, who got the most expensive Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Liz Claiborne. Like they basically was marketing all of these high-end brands. They was making so much money for these companies. And this is before they were even getting endorsements. Adidas, Cazelles, which were these expensive glasses. Hey Al, thank you for your super chat. You said overcompensating masculinity, repressed femininity. I feel you, yes. Yes, a lot of times if you're seeing this hyper masculinity, it's something that they are trying to repress, and usually it's some feminine energy. But even like wearing a lot of jewelry, usually that is a feminine quality, right? So to see men wearing like a lot of gold jewelry and stuff kind of makes you wonder. But anyway, so again, all of the aliases, but also the brands. The marketing is the Leo, and then Aries is brand. So they were basically marketing the products of all these high-end companies, and they weren't even getting endorsement deals. They were just doing it for free. Venus and Virgo, quincunx, Chiron, and Aries. So this is making me think of them cutting up records, scratching, because Virgo is about doing things in an appropriate way, right? And Venus would represent the records, the music. But Chiron is where you're like switching it up, you're twisting it up, you're screwing it up, you're chopping it up, you're scratching it up. And it could even be in a literal sense where the records, get all scratched up because they're scratching. Switching styles up, like wearing ski goggles for fashion. So hip hop really was about doing your own thing fashion wise and switching things up, like how you see here. Like they would wear these big rim Cazelle glasses, and a lot of times they wouldn't even have any lenses in the glasses because it was just about the style. It wasn't trying to look, it wasn't that you needed them for vision. No, you just wanted that style. And then wearing ski goggles on your head. Usually the B-boys did that. And then wearing track suits, fat shoelaces. So yeah, this quincunx is very much about switching up your style, doing something that is offbeat, doing something where it's like, oh wow, that's fly. But where it's not done in a way that's, showing the appropriate manner and how you wear something. Even wearing fedora hats, which is a hat that is usually for if you got a suit on, it's usually more for a formal dress. But he's wearing this fedora hat with a jean jacket, jeans, and sneaks. Or those actually look like are those Bally's he got on? I'm not sure, but Suede was very popular back in the day too. And here he is with the boombox. Moon in Capricorn, opposition Mercury and Leo. So that moon in Capricorn makes sense because Capricorn rules the color black. So when the word black comes up a lot, even if in reference to black people, a lot of times you will see a planet in Capricorn in the chart. So, and the moon represents people, populations, and again, culture. So represents black people being the primary face of hip hop. And with the moon being in the 11th, this is black people being the trendsetters and the initial fans of hip hop. Kawhi said they still wear tracksuits in the UK and Russia. Could also represent the Jewish influence in hip hop. Now, if you've been watching my channel for a while, you've heard me say before that the Jews are represented by the sign Capricorn. And just the music industry, period. Also, just the whole entertainment industry, which would include Hollywood, it's dominated by Jewish professionals. It just is what it is. A lot of times they don't like to be told that, but they know it's the truth. But yes, Jewish people had a big hand in hip hop. I'm thinking about Rick Rubin for one. He got with Russell Simmons to create Def Jam. So the Jews, they were there from the very beginning when it started to become commercialized, when they saw that they could capitalize on this talent. Beastie Boys. Even Clive Davis, another Jew, he had his hands in the rap game too. So here's an image of one of the parties that they had. This is at on a basketball court. You can see where they set up the DJ equipment. They was about to get the party rocking to the break of dawn and on and on. Siobhan said the Jays are the bankers of hip hop. Yep. Now Mars in Aries quincunx Pluto in Libra. Originality, which is Mars in Aries, is compromised through the sampling of other artists' music. So the music from other artists would be Pluto and Libra in the seventh. Mainly Libra in the seventh. Pluto is representing the issue with the licensing and also the royalties. So it's like, okay, if you're sampling other people's music, shouldn't they receive some of the royalties, if not all the royalties? So if you just go back and listen to especially early hip hop, you'll see that there's not much originality except for when it comes to rapping. But the music, most times there's going to be some sampling in it. So it's original to a certain extent, which is why Mars is in Aries up in here. So there is some originality, but this quincunx is taken away from the originality where it's not full original because they are taking from other artists. Compromises and adjustments had to be made to get around the legalities. So once the lawyers started to knock on these rappers' doors and these producers' doors and say, hold up, you owe us money because that's our artist's song that you're using. Then the rappers, the producers, mainly the producers, had to try to find ways to get around these copyright infringements. So compromises and adjustments, that's what the quincunx offer represents, had to be made to get around the legalities. CA Cutie said Diddy's still paying Sting royalties. Yup, I heard about that. Pluto in Libra squaring Cancer South Node, Saturn in Cancer, and the Capricorn North Node. So again, issues with legalities and royalties. Now, again, big business is involved with the Capricorn, and now a bunch of lawsuits are back and forth. Censorship. So in this case, the Capricorn North Node is representing the censorship. This can represent the parental advisory stickers that started to be um, popping up on albums. So remember, it started, I think, with Luke. Um, Two Live Crew, Luke Skywalker with his vulgar material, and then they started to slap a parental advisory. They did it. They started doing it with all the hardcore hip hop albums like Snoop Dogg, The Chronic. So yeah, and there was a lot of calls for like remember C. Dolores Tucker for those who are around my age or older or a little younger. You had C. Dolores Tucker. She was what was she, a representative? But she basically was saying that these rappers are despicable and their lyrics are just horrible. You had Tipper Gore, who was the wife of Al Gore. She had came out and she was talking about condemning these rappers for their lyrics and stuff like that, talking about it was like misogynistic, and it really was misogynistic. But there is also this thing called freedom of speech. So there was these debates, and it even I think it became like a hearing about it and all that type of stuff. But yeah, it was crazy. But that's very much dealing with this T square right here. And then also, I'm looking at this T square as outside interference could represent the feds. So, when you have anything dealing with artists, entertainment world, the feds tend to get involved. And I feel like the feds were involved when it came to Tupac and Biggie, number one. So this could represent the feds with Pluto representing the feds and Libra being the intervention. And then let's just talk about this opposition right here, because this is a big part of hip hop. So Saturn is conjoined to the Cancer South Node and it's opposing the Capricorn North Node. So Cancer, race, roots, and culture is brought to the public, which is Capricorn. So Capricorn is basically bringing it out to the public. Capitalization of a culture. Business versus personal concerns. You can also throw in there racial purity. So there might have been times when some of these artists wanted to put out certain songs or put out certain videos and they was like, no, that's too radical. But as you can see, as time went on, more hip hop groups started to become more Afrocentric, started to really demonstrate their, pride, their solidarity with Black people. Now, here's a little trivia for you. This image, the bottom right, what video is this from? Do we have any true hip hop heads in here? What video is this from? It's these stick figures dancing. I want to know the name of the song and the artist. I'll wait. Does anybody know? Nobody's a hip hop head like I am. Nobody knows. Okay, Abu. Yes. It's by Tribe. Yes, it's by Tribe Called Quest. And what video is it from? Jupiter Gone Wild said, I'm a smooth jazz girl. I don't know. CA Cutie said, Vogue. Raina, yes, it's by a Tribe Called Quest. And do you know what video it's from? Ellie said, we weren't born yet. You're making me feel old. It's not Benita Applebum, but it's from that same album. It's one of my favorite songs of them. Okay, y'all give up. So this is from a video called I Left My Wallet in El Segundo. I left my wallet in El Segundo. I gotta get it. I got to get it. Left my wallet in El Segundo. And it's a funny video. It's really good. But I think that was the first video I saw of theirs, and I was a fan ever since of Tribe Called Quest. Yes, El Segundo, he said, my name is Pedro. If you need directions, I'll tell you. Pronto, need a civilization, some sort of reservation. He said a mile south, there's a fast food station. Yep. Thanks, senor. As I started the motor, Ali said, "Damn, Tip, what you drive so far for?" Anyway, a gas station we passed, we got gas and went on to get grub. It was a nice little pub in the middle of nowhere. Anywhere would have been better. I ordered enchiladas and I ate them. Ali had the fruit punch. When we finished, we thought for ways to get back. I had a hunch. Ali said, "Pay for lunch." So I did it. Pull out my wallet and I saw this wicked, beautiful lady. She was a waitress there. Put my wallet down and stopped instead. All right. To put me back into reality, here's Shahid. Yo, Tip, you got what you need? I checked for keys and started to step. But what do you know, my wallet, I forget. Lord have mercy. The heat got hotter. Ali starts to curse me. I feel bad, but he made me feel badder. Chit, chit, chatter, car starts, we scatter. Jetting on down, we was northeast bound. Jetting on down at the speed of sound. 3 days coming and three more going. We get back, and there was no slack. All right, Jewish business people had a major hand in the proliferation of the culture. So that is very much, that's the Capricorn side in that case. And then here's a montage of a bunch of rappers from looks like the 90s to the early 2000s, but it basically says 90s here. Let's see all the rappers we can identify. Let me get my little drawing tool out. All right. I know who that is. Fredo Star, right? Fredo Star from Onyx. I don't know what his name is, but that's Sticky Fingers from Onyx. Wait, we're gonna do this better. Okay. Fredo Star from Onyx. That's Sticky Fingers from Onyx. That's Prodigy from Mob Deep. He's dead now. That's Havoc from Mob Deep. That's Noriega from Capone and Noriega. That's Capone from Capone and Noriega. Ice Cube. Is this Big Pun? I think that's Big Pun. That's what's his name? WC something. What's that dude's name? I forget his name, but he was in Ice Cube's West Side Connection. He was in the West Side Connection group. I don't know. Oh, that's the dude from Crisscross. I forget his name. Daddy Mac. And then here's Mac Daddy, or that's either Daddy Mac or Mac Daddy. One was Mac Daddy, Daddy Mac. Something happened with that one of the Crisscross dudes. Yeah, Salacious Noriega always got a wet mouth. That's because he a Virgo. Virgos always got janky mouths. All right, who's this right here? Is that Miss Jones? That's what's his face, KG from Naughty by Nature. That's Tretch from Naughty by Nature, and then this is Vin from Naughty by Nature. Oh, I got a lot so far. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think this is Wyclef right here. Yeah, he gets on my nerves. Lauren Hill. This is when they were in the Fugees, and that's Praz. This is not Daz from the Dog Pound. This is Corrupt from the Dog Pound. This look like Nate Dogg and Warren G. Regulate. Do, 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 do. Okay, who's that? I don't know who that is. This is what was this dude's name? Exhibit? I don't know who that is right there. We'll come back to it. This look like the dude from DOS Effects. Here go DMX. Of course, Tupac. We got Biggie. We got Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg. Oh, here's Big Pun right here. Now, who was that? That's from the West Side Connection dude, I think. All right, this is Big Pun right here. Of course, we got Nas. We got AZ. Is that Keith Murray? Gotta be Keith Murray. Here go Eric Sermon from EPMD. But I don't see the other one. I don't see Parrish. I think that's K Solo. Buster Rhymes with his buffoonish ass. Here go Foxy, Foxy Brown, Jay-Z, Little Kim. Who's that? That look like Styles P. I still don't know who that is. Or that. Is that LL? That's not LL. I don't think that's LL. Okay. Oh, that's Buckshot from Black Moon. Not sure who that is. That's Mace. Mace always seemed like he was slow to me. Is that Big Boy from Outkast? Where's Andre 3? Oh my God, the RZA. Oh Lord, I forgot he was in this. Oh, why? He got to be front and center too. Okay, that's Master Killer, Inspector Deck, Jizza, Method Man, the man that was supposed to be my husband, the RZA, and then Ghostface Killer, Raekwon, ODB, rest in peace, and that bitch ass you got. Here go Guru. He's no longer with us. Rest in peace. We got DJ Premier. Oh, y'all naming them all. Okay, okay. I see y'all. Big L. Who's Big L? All right. Who is that? Is that Mike Jones? Who is that? So that's from OGC or Boot Camp Clip. Helter Skelter. I still don't know who they are. Is that can't be LL because LL don't ever be looking that dusty. But I think I got most of them. I'm not sure who this is though. Maybe he's with Black Moon. That might be 5 footer. But yeah, I got most of them. Let me see. Core Mega. So I missed him. Wait a minute, where's In Vogue? I don't see In Vogue. All right, let's get into some of these rappers now. Now, I'm just going to be like, I'm not going to be getting deep into each of their charts, but this is where I want y'all to participate. I need y'all to like remind me of some of the like news stories about some of these rappers. And then what I'll do is I'll look at their chart and see what aspects is pointing to that. And like some of the quirks that they have and stuff, I'll identify it by looking at their chart and all that stuff. So let me get rid of these circles. Wu Tang. Wu Tang. Jay-Z, I was a fan of Jay-Z back in the day. Like my favorite album of his, I guess you would say, is Hard Knock Life. That was a banger. It's a hard knock life for us. And then he had Money Cash Hoes, and then Jigga what? Jigga who? Jigga what? Jigga who? That whole album, that was the shit. I ain't even gonna lie. And I think that was before he got with Beyonce. Yeah, because Emil was singing with him. Motherfuckers want to act loco. Hit him with numerous shots with the fofo. All right. Jigga what? Jigga who? Jigga what? Jigga who? Okay, let's. All right, so first, we're going to get into Eric B. and Rakim. But we're only going to really look at Rakim's chart. So this is where I started tripping, y'all. I started tripping straight out the gate when I was looking at these celebrities. And I'm looking at Eric B in particular. And this ain't the first time I had thoughts about Eric B being, that he might be sitting on the fence in terms of his sexuality. So, like I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these rappers went both ways back in the day. I don't think Rakim was, but because Rakim is Aquarius, I could see him being okay with Eric B swinging both ways, and Eric and basically Rakim basically being, that's you, bro. Do you whatever. I'll be over here. And I saw this interview with Eric B. It's funny how the universe brings you to stuff. So Eric B recently gave this interview probably a couple of months ago, and the person that was interviewing him was asking him, why didn't you do interviews back in the day? So Eric B basically is saying, well, because our private life was our private life, and we felt like there was no reason for the media to be, all up in our private business. And he was very much focused on privacy. And I get it. But it made me kind of wonder. I was just like, hmm. But anyway, Rakim, Aquarius. He was born January 28th, 1968. So he's a real old head. So Rakim being Aquarius, he got a Capricorn moon, he got Mercury in Aquarius. But the aspect that I'm really focused on, let me get my drawing tool out. It's this one right here. Oh, wrong one. Okay. So he got Venus in Capricorn, and it's in trine to Jupiter in Virgo. Thinking of a master plan. Cause there ain't nothing but sweat inside my hands. So I dig into my pockets, all the money is spent. So I dig deeper, still coming up with lit. So I paid in full, y'all. Venus trine Jupiter. So remember, one of Eric B and Rakim's biggest hits was Paid in Full. And that Venus trine Jupiter is the essence of paid in full. Especially if you listen to the lyrics of that song, he's talking about how he used to have to do this and do that, and he used to have to get his act together and all that. That's very Virgo. So I think of all the devious things I did, but he's talking about how he's getting his act together and he's going to basically get paid in full. Hit the studio because I'm paid in full. Now, again, I'm looking at certain aspects in Rakim's chart, and I'm just like wondering because I was also wanting to look at their Mercuries, right? And Rakim does have a nice trine between his Mercury in Aquarius and his Libra South Node. So that's what made him a good rapper. So to see like their skills as a rapper, we want to look at Mercury. We want to see if there's any planets in Gemini. We want to see if there's like planets in the third house or whatever. Unfortunately, a lot of rappers, you don't have their birth times because a lot of them aren't that prominent where the astrology websites are going to actually do the research to try to find their birth time. So unfortunately, I don't have the birth time for Rakim, but he does have that nice trine between Mercury and that Libra South node, so that contributes to him being a good rapper. But he also has Mercury square Neptune, and I was like, what's that Mercury square Neptune about? So it made me wonder if he had some secrets, and also where that could show that there could be some sexual energy that's not exactly heterosexual, I guess you could say, because Mercury's in Aquarius, Neptune's in Scorpio. But again, it made me think of Eric B. So I'm not saying Rakim was bisexual. I'm saying maybe Eric B was, and Rakim knew he was, but was okay with it because Rakim being an Aquarius, Aquarius is very tolerant of that. And that Mercury square Neptune could just be the secret that Rakim has been carrying for all these years. And that can also explain why he really didn't want to give interviews and things like that. So I just thought that was interesting. Now, he had a song called Let the Rhythm Hit 'Em. And that's very much dealing with his Venus in Capricorn squaring Saturn in Aries. But again, I forgot to tell y'all about this part. So Rakim also has Saturn in Aries opposing the asteroid Eros. And Eros is an asteroid that can deal with lust, sexual attraction. So with Eros being in Libra, opposing Saturn and Aries, again, that makes me think of Eric B, because Libra would be his partner. Even that Mercury trine Libra South Node is representing Rakim's partner, Eric B, the DJ. But then I was like, this Saturn and Aries opposition Eros, again, is that reinforcing what I'm thinking with the whole Eric B going both ways? I wouldn't be surprised. CA Cutie said Rakim and Eric B had a rift. They didn't speak for years. I didn't know that. Wow. That could be true too, Indiglo. All right, moving along. Let me get rid of this. Okay, let me get rid of this line. All right, next we have. Oh, here they go. Oh, I just want to show y'all this picture too. So you can kind of see what I mean, like the way Eric B looks. Eric B got that look in his eye. He just does. Press 1 when you see the picture come up. Okay, I see it. But do you see what I mean? Look at Eric B. Eric B is the one with the cornrows. For my youngins that may not be familiar with these two. But Eric B got that twinkle in his eye. I know that look. Okay, you can see the picture. Yeah. Eric B wasn't a bad looking brother either. I always thought Rakim was cute though. Now I used to have a picture of Eric B and Rakim on my wall. But but I'm not gonna say like Eric B, he don't have that sweet look, he got more of that savory look. If you know what I mean, it's like a savory look. He got the twinkle in his eye and he got a savory looking mouth. That's all I'm gonna say. Kawhi said, why did they hide this comment? You just said Rakim got a Doberman face and YouTube's hiding the comment for some reason. And again, a lot of people that are into music, we have to wonder sometimes, maybe oh, I do have Eric B's chart. Cause oh yeah, I was like, I gotta look deeper into this. I didn't realize. I was like, let me pull his chart too. So, okay, with Eric B, he has some questionable aspects that could make him go both ways, such as Venus conjoined to Mars in Sagittarius. If you heard me talk about this energy before, I think I talked about it when I was talking about Easy E. Because I saw in Easy E's chart where there was a chance that he could have been into, alternative forms of sexuality. Now, Eric B got Venus conjoined to Mars, and that's a classic gay man aspect. Or because it's mutable, it could be where he's basically down for whatever. And then even that Sun conjunct Neptune in Scorpio can deal with sexual secrets. I'm just saying. And he did come up during the time when, Uranus can join the Pluto too. I'm just saying. And it's opposing that Chiron and Pisces, so that can deal with, he wanted to keep his true sexuality a secret. He got Saturn in Aquarius. And what is that Saturn doing? Oh, yeah. Sun, Neptune, and Mercury squaring Saturn in Aquarius. That could be a man that's trying to cover up the fact that he's either straight up gay or bisexual. I think he was bisexual because he did have at least one child, I think. I'm telling you, some of y'all ain't gonna like this live stream because I'm calling some of these rappers out. All right, LL. Look, when I was going down this list, I was like, yo, it's a lot of them that was going both ways. LL is another one. There was this I don't think you would consider this person to be actual trans, but they were a prostitute. I forget this person's name, Miss something. But basically, she spilled the tea on LL. I wish I could find this video, but she had a bald head and glasses, if I remember, and these big pearls, and basically was telling a story about LL and how they got together. Hmm. So LL is another one. Yeah, remember he shit? Blotitious. Skeevy, delicious. Give me couscous, love me good. Oh, damn. Yeah. I'm just saying. And again, remember I started off this saying we have to acknowledge the influence from the LGBT community in hip hop because they had a big influence, especially in terms of the music and the dance. But even the rappers, they were partaking. Trust and believe they were partaking. Think about all the parties. And again, where do y'all think Diddy got this shit from? Now LL Capricorn with Mercury in Aquarius. So that Mercury in Aquarius again, it could just cause him to have an open mind to certain things, right? And then LL got Mars in Pisces. You got quite a few men who have Mars in Pisces who are into men in drag or straight up transgender women. I've seen it time and time again. So again, the rumors about LL basically being confirmed just through that Mars and Pisces alone. And then the Mars in Pisces opposing that Jupiter in Virgo in the 12th house. That's basically the rumors, the gossip about it. Somebody outing him. Then he got that moon in Cancer. It's squaring that Aries North node, squaring the Libra South node. Now, that alone could be an aspect of infidelity. Like he cheated all over his wife. But it can also represent his challenges with just being with just women. Like he needs something a little extra, a little masculinity in the mix, too. And then even Venus and Sagittarius can make somebody inclined towards the exotic. And sometimes the exotic can mean transgender. So yeah, LL is one of those. Now remember, he was all about Mama Said Knock You Out. And LL was very much about boxing. So remember that video with Mama Said Knock You Out? He was in a boxing ring. That is dealing with all his Virgo energy. So LL is a Virgo rising with Jupiter in Virgo in the 12th, Pluto in Virgo, Uranus in Virgo in the first. And that explains why he was boxing in the ring. Mama Said Knock You Out. And that Mama Said Knock You Out is very much that moon in Cancer squaring that Aries North node. I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said knock you out. Now remember, LL, he underwent a little transformation in terms of his face. Do y'all remember that? All of a sudden, like he emerged back on the scene, and it looked like he got his face kind of tightened up. So I'm gonna say LL had a facelift at some point. I'm not sure what year it was, but let me see what aspect is dealing with that facelift. So that is his North Node in Aries, Aries being the face in the eighth house. Eighth house is surgery. Quincunx Neptune in Scorpio. So that's that facelift that he had. And I don't think it was a full facelift, but like more so a mini facelift. But they did freshen him up. They tightened him up. Salacious said he did. Got a little freshened up. Yes, he did. Yup. And I don't blame him for that. You know what? I probably would too if I had the money. Get a little tightened up around the eyes and stuff like that. Because that's how that's what he did. Yep. And then it was something else about, oh yeah, the scuffle with Jamie Foxx. So LL starred in the movie Any Given Sunday with Jamie Foxx and a couple of other like entertainers. And Jamie Foxx and LL got into they actually got into a fist fight. Now I don't know who won that fight, but I think it started because Jamie was basically clowning LL over something. That's what the official story was. But I think Jamie probably put the moves on LL. Like Jamie tried to holler at LL because Jamie knows how LL really get down, and LL went up in his face because LL don't get down like that with guys like Jamie. So I think LL took it as a sign of disrespect. You know, Capricorns, they're very much about being respected. So you see how LL got Venus in Sagittarius. You know, Venus can be your the person you love, it could be your partner, but it could also be your open enemy. And Jamie Foxx is a Sagittarius. So Venus in Sagittarius in the fourth house, that's Jamie Foxx getting under his skin, and that's where he gets personal. Squaring LL's ascendant, which basically is representing that scuffle where LL basically started boxing Jamie. Yeah. All right, next. This one is a sad one. It's a sad story and it's a bewildering story. But when you understand that this was Diddy's first artist, then it makes a lot of sense. Diddy basically would chew these artists up and just spit them out. And unfortunately, Craig Mack was one of the first casualties of Diddy. So remember, I said my mind was blown when I was preparing for this live stream, y'all, because I kept seeing gay, 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 gay. I was like, all of these dudes are gay. They're all gay. Now, they may not be like totally gay, but I think Craig Mack is another one that was at least bisexual. And again, some of y'all ain't gonna like this live stream because it's going against the official narrative when it comes to hip hop. But we got to understand how deep the rabbit hole goes in the entertainment industry. Now, Craig Mack, again, he had a very tragic life. Yes, he joined a cult, which is really he had a very strange story. Now, Craig Mack was born on May 10th, 1970, and his style and flow which was very like his words kind of running into each other. That's very much that Venus conjunct Mars and Gemini. But that Venus conjunct Mars can produce a man that's either gay or bisexual. And remember, Eric B had that Venus conjunct Mars in his chart too. So any man that has Venus conjunct Mars, I immediately look at him as suspect. I just do. And especially because it's in Gemini. And yes, Craig Mack died of AIDS. I didn't even know he died of AIDS until I was researching this for this live stream. I thought he died of that disease or something like something with kidney failure. No, all along it was AIDS that he had, which explains why his appearance changed so drastically over the years. Now, Craig Mack had this T square in his chart, and I'm seeing this T square as being the catalyst for him getting AIDS because this T square involves that Venus Mars conjunction in Gemini. It's squaring his Pisces North Node and Virgo South Node. And that could be somebody that engages in indiscriminate sex. And I'm thinking he was engaging in indiscriminate sex with Diddy, amongst others. Think about it. Why would Diddy even take him on unless Craig Mack had something to offer Diddy beyond his rapping ability? Think about it. Diddy's a Scorpio of the worst kind, dark side is Scorpio. Usually, they're gonna want something more from you than just you being a singer and they're getting a cut of your money. And I don't even think Craig Mack got much money from his hits that he had. But yeah, that's an AIDS T square right there. So indiscriminate sex. Now, unfortunately, we don't have his birth time, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of those planets, maybe Venus and Mars and Gemini, is in his eighth house. But also that T square also points to him getting caught up in the cult because that Pisces North Node is involved. This man, he was just vulnerable from the start. And it's really sad. But it looked like he's been used all his life. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was sexually abused as a child. And then, predators, they can easily zero in on people that have already been broken. And I think that's what Diddy did. He zeroed in on Craig Mack, saw that he was already broken. It was like, oh, I'm going to turn you into a star. Then when Biggie came along, he basically dropped Craig Mack like a hot potato. But also, Craig Mack had Moon Sesame Square Neptune, which is also pointing to him being in a cult. But yeah, very, very sad story. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Craig Mack went both ways as well. Siobhan said it ain't just Diddy, it's the billionaires that are the financiers that they have to impress. Yup. Salacious said Christopher Williams was giving Diddy head in his office. Yeah, and now Christopher Williams, he basically denied it. He was like, that's not true. But how do we really know? You know what I'm saying? Big Daddy Kane. He's another one that I wouldn't put it past. Now, I'm not automatically saying he's bisexual, but again, I wouldn't put it past a lot of these rappers back in the day. And do you remember when Big Daddy Kane he decided to join Madonna in that sex book? Matter of fact, let's pull up some pictures right now. I'm just saying, your average heterosexual man really isn't going to be modeling butt ass naked in a sex magazine with Madonna. And he was with Naomi Campbell. And he tries to, and did you know that Big Daddy Kane also posed for Playboy? Did you know? All right, let me look at this. They was getting it on. All right, let me pull this up. Y'all gotta see this shit. So yes, Big Daddy Kane, he posed for Playgirl, and he was in the sex book. Wait a minute, where'd it go? Oh, that's because I gotta pull it over here. Okay. Oh, I did have it. Let me share it again. And I used to think Big Daddy Kane was so fine back in the day. So here's a picture all the way to the left. Let me click on it. It's so small though. Here they are, right? You see Madonna with her legs wide open and Naomi Campbell just going in for a meal, for a snack. Oh, you said you don't. Oh, yeah. I've seen worse on YouTube. Now, this is stuff that they were willing to see. We didn't see when they invited the other man into the mix, but I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, some freaky stuff going on. Again, this was before the days of Diddy and his freak offs. It just shows that there was always freak offs going on. All right, back to so you know what's that song that Big Daddy Kane came out? What's it called on the Smooth Tip or Smooth Operator? Remember he came out with the song Smooth Operator. That's very much dealing with his Mercury conjoined to his South Node and Venus in Libra. That's on the smooth operator. Now, that sex book, it shows that it was pretty much a source of shame for him after a while, I would think, because he got Mars in Leo square Neptune in Scorpio. But that can also deal with where he's more on the sexual fluid end. So again, I wouldn't put it past Big Daddy Kane to have at least experimented with alternative forms of sexuality. Then he had Sun conjunct Pluto and Virgo too. So yeah. Matter of fact, I think he did say in an interview that he participated in a number of orgies. And you know, when you hear the term orgy, that can mean anybody, male, female, midgets, who knows? But yeah. Now, again, having Mercury in Libra is really good for being a rapper because a lot of times you're going to have some nice flow to your words. You're going to be able to spit in a very smooth, debonair, sophisticated way. You might use some sophisticated words. So he had it, he could spit. He had that nice, ability as a rapper. So I'll give it to him. And then remember, he was very much about dancing too. And he had the two dancers, Scoop and Scrap Lover, and that's very much dealing with that Libra stellium as well. Now, I don't know his birth time, and with the time I have, that'd be 9:25 a.m. It's showing the moon in Taurus at the 0 degree. Now, if he was born earlier, his moon would be in Aries. Would you say his moon is in Taurus or Aries? I'm getting Taurus vibes from him, like Taurus moon all day. But the Aries comes in with his hair. He was always about the high top fade, the Nefertiti. So, yeah. And he had that Mars and Leo trine Saturn and Aries. That's his hair always looking sharp. I agree, Kawhi. I think he has Moon in Taurus too, because that would add to the smoothness, right? Because if that Moon was in Aries, he'd be more rougher, and he got that smooth type of energy, and he had the sensuality to him too. He really did. All right, now look who we got here. Now he's somebody that I would say is not on the fence in terms of sexuality. I think he's straight up straight. But you never know. He might have had somebody slob his knob in order for him to get a certain role in a movie or a TV series. Because again, he's part of the industry at the end of the day. All right, who do we have here? He always looked like a cat to me. Don't he look like a cat? He looked like a calico cat. Cop killer, yeah. Ice T, Ice. So I was a fan of Ice T back in the day, especially with his song High Rollers, and then You're Playing Yourself, and what's the other one, Lethal Weapon. He had some good hits back in the day. New Jack Hustler. I liked him in New Jack City. So, and then remember he had his wife Darlene. Now he got Coco. But yup, we got Ice T. So Ice T, let's get into his chart. He's an Aquarius. Should we be surprised? I mean, he looks like an Aquarius. So he got Aquarius stellium, including Sun, Chiron, Mercury, Moon, and Venus. So hardcore Aquarian, which makes sense because he did come out with that group Body Count, and he was talking about cop killer. Aquarius is very rebellious. Aquarius can start riots. Aquarius is about protesting. So yeah, that makes sense. And then Aquarius is also the sign of objectification. So that goes into play with his wife Coco. Very much about, and he objectified Darlene too. He's just one of them dudes that just wants his woman to basically have the big tits, big ass, be wearing tight clothes, revealing clothes and stuff. He's very much about objectifying women, but he's also a one woman man, I think. I don't think he really like is a big time cheater or whatever like that. Now, he got some aspects that are kind of questionable, like Moon and Venus squaring Neptune and North Node and Jupiter. I wonder if he ever had a problem with drugs or alcohol. Do y'all know? He looked like he could be a heavy drinker, but I don't know if he ever had any problem with drugs. And the iced tea, that could be seen with the Aquarius too, because Aquarius is ice. Then it definitely looked like he ran into some money problems too, with this square to the Taurus South Node, Venus and the Moon. Yeah, basically a pimp. That's that Moon conjunct Venus. But does anybody know if he ever had any problems with drugs or alcohol? Wait a minute, Superhead had sex with him? I had no idea because I never read her book. Now, I don't have his birth time, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was a Cancer rising, which would fit that pimp energy. All right, next. I don't care what y'all say. If you look at this picture of him, you can kind of see the zestiness. You really can. And Gemini is one of those signs that can go both ways rather easily. And if they don't go both ways in the physical sense, they could go both ways in the mental sense. Like Prince. Prince was a perfect example where he was bisexual in the mind, but he really didn't practice being bisexual in the body. But he flirted with it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Prince experimented being bisexual, maybe when he was younger, like experimented with boys, men, but I don't think Prince really was into men. But Prince was very much half male, half female, being that Gemini energy. And Tupac, you could see the twinkle in his eye. You could see some traits that could show that he could have been on the fence a little bit. And didn't he get with Madonna too? And Madonna is known for turning these men out. Madonna had everybody. I'm like, damn. But anyway, we all know Tupac's story. Tupac, he was very much, like an activist. He was very much like a rebel, which speaks to his Mars conjoined to his North Node in Aquarius. Then he had that Gemini stellium. He had Venus, Mercury, and Sun in Gemini. I always talk about that Leo South Node he has and how basically in this lifetime being famous was his Achilles heel, and letting that fame go to his head and allowing his ego to get out of control. But I believe he was marked for death pretty early on in his career. He spoke about it all the time, like he knew he was going to die. And you could see aspects in his chart that points to him knowing that he was going to die. Like in the song, why? It's my favorite song by his. So Many Tears. If you listen to So Many Tears, he's talking about that he's going to have an early death. And that speaks to his moon. And he said visions of an early death. That's that moon in Pisces trine Jupiter and Neptune. So, yes, he knew he was going to die early, which is so like to know that, to go through life where you just know that you're not going to make it past a certain age. And he told, I think it was Shock G, he told that, I think he said, it was either Shock G or somebody else, one of his other friends, but he was like, I know I'll never have children. And dude was like, why? He was like, because I'm not going to be around here long. I'm going to be dying early. So yeah, Tupac definitely knew. And that Mars in Aquarius is very intuitive too. So, and especially with it being conjoined to his North Node. And that Aquarius is also pointing to the groups he was involved with, starting with Digital Underground, but also him getting with Death Row and Suge Knight, the affiliations and all that. But that Mars in Aquarius is also why people were questioning his sexuality as well. But yeah, sad story about Tupac. And it seemed like everybody wanted a piece of Tupac, even after his death. And I hate that, how people continue to exploit him simply because, he's infamous. And he had the classic Sun Square Pluto aspect. A lot of people with Sun Square Pluto, they don't live long lives. Some will, but a lot won't. And Tupac is a perfect example of that Sun Square Pluto, how it could take you out of here early. All right, moving on. I'll wait till the screen changes. We got a low count tonight. Usually by now there'd be like 70, 80, sometimes like 90, 100 up in here. But maybe because it's so late. But it's not that late. But it's okay. Because sometimes I like intimate settings. I like small groups sometimes. All right, next, who do we have here? We got Chuck D. I love me some Chuck D. I love Public Enemy. My first cassette that I bought with my own money growing up was the Public Enemy, the first Public Enemy album. You're going to get yours. Oh my God, I wore that tape out. Public Enemy was one of those groups that changed my life, changed my perspective on things. Man, and then when It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back came out, I think that came out in like what, 88 or 87? That blew our minds. And everywhere you went, you heard that album being played, being bumped out of cars. Oh my God. There were certain albums when they would drop, that's all you would hear coming out of cars down the street. And It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back was one of them. Especially with like Don't Believe the Hype, Terminator X. Man, those were the days. Like they'll never be that time again. Oh yeah, Public Enema. Public, you talk about house party. Public Enema. But yeah, Chuck D, he was the face of Public Enemy, one of the faces. The other one was Flavor Flav. So Chuck D, he was more on the serious end, and he was very much about politics and liberation and black pride and all that type of stuff. Fight the power, all that good stuff. So he had Sun in Leo, Venus conjoined to Uranus in Leo, both at the 20th degree. And that 20th can bring forth awakenings. So that makes me think of that alarm that you hear in the beginning of It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. It's like a what do you call those? Where they're it's like it's like a loud siren. But that's what it makes me think of when I see that 20th degree. And then let's see, he had Mars and Taurus, and Chuck D was rather subdued, so that very much speaks to that Mars and Taurus. He had Moon in Scorpio, and that Moon was squaring his Venus and Uranus. That makes sense because when I was watching this documentary about Public Enemy, and Hank Shockley, which was one of the producers, he was on the Bomb Squad. They made all the beats for Public Enemy. He was talking about in the beginning of their career, Chuck D was uncomfortable on stage, and he would always rap to with his back to the audience. That's that square right there with the Moon in Scorpio, square in Venus, and Uranus in Leo. Because what that can do is that can make somebody very uncomfortable with attention, so he really didn't like the spotlight on him, even though he was a Leo. So that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And then he has Saturn in Capricorn. It's in trine with his North Node. And yes, he was very much about the Black experience and uplifting Blacks. Mercury in Cancer can make him very much about race and culture. And he talked about history quite a bit too. Talked about notable figures in Black history. Flavor Flav. So Flavor Flav, he was Chuck D's right hand man. You could say he was like the jester of Public Enemy. He was very buffoonish and clownish, but we all loved him because he was part of Public Enemy and because Chuck D was so serious. You did need somebody like Flavor Flav to balance things out. and to make things kind of lighthearted. So Flavor Flav definitely was an integral part of Public Enemy. He was an integral part of hip hop, period. Just with his style, wearing the clocks, the way he talked, his cadence, all of it, very hip hop. Hey, yo, Chuck, run a power move on. So Flavor Flav, he had Moon conjunct Mars in Gemini, and that's very much how he basically presented himself. He was very animated, and that conjunction can cause someone to be very animated. He was very vocal, and that can deal with that. And then he had Mercury could join to his Aries South Node, and he did have this raspy type of brusque type of speech where again he was very like, "Oh, yo, Chuck, man, run the power, man. I don't think they understand us, man." And where he was always like yelling, and that's very much that Mercury and Aries conjoined to the South Node. Remember how he always wore the clocks, and you can say that's that Saturn in Capricorn and sextile with Neptune in Scorpio because the clocks became like jewelry pieces. It became part of his fashion. He had Chiron and Aquarius. And then we could talk about Flavor of Love too. So Flavor Flav, he had a major resurgence through reality television. So like what period did Flavor of Love come out? If y'all remember, what year was that? Was that like the early 2000s? I think it was. But yeah, y'all refresh my memory. So if we're talking about Flavor of Love, we definitely want to isolate Venus because Venus is the flavor. And then the love part, we could say Venus sextile Chiron only because Chiron's in Aquarius and Aquarius can deal with matchmaking, hooking people up, making connections. Then let me see. Well, do we see anything else dealing with the flavor of love? I'm not seeing anything else really pointing to flavor of love. Let me see. You could say this Uranus sextile North Node came into play with the flavor of love show too. And then didn't he pick New York? And New York's a Capricorn, I think. So that could be that Saturn sextile Neptune and Scorpio. Yeah. Now, Flavor Flav had a major drug problem. So when Public Enemy was singing about don't do crack and stuff with Night of the Living Bassheads, Flavor Flav was on crack during that time. So, and from what I heard, he had a pretty bad crack problem. So some of that could point to his Neptune squaring Uranus and Leo because there was times he wasn't showing up for shows, and the Uranus and Leo can deal with performing as Public Enemy, the group. But because his drug use would get in the way, there would be times where he wouldn't show up. He'd be showing up late, and I think he was at risk of getting kicked out of the group. And then the Sun sesqui square Uranus can point to the drug issue as well. All right. Now, this is a little known artist, and I believe he deserves his flowers. He was part of Public Enemy, but he really wasn't in the forefront. He was part of the background. He was part of the production team of Public Enemy. I hold this man in high esteem because I'm a big time hip hop head. I love Public Enemy. And a big reason why Public Enemy was so successful was because of the beats. So this is Hank Shockley. And Hank Shockley was part of the Bomb Squad, which was a team of producers that created all the beats for Public Enemy. So some of those hard hitting beats that you would hear, like Don't Believe the Hype, Rebel Without a Pause. What was the other one? You're Gonna Get Yours, Public Enemy number one, Right Starter, Mind Terrorists, Terminator X, Terminator X on the Edge of Panic. Like, man, talk about hit after hit. Fight the Power. Oh, one of my favorites, Brother's Gonna Work It Out. So Hank Shockley, I consider him to be a musical genius. And you can see it in his chart, namely with his sun in Taurus. You know, Taurus is music, it's artistry. It's in trine with Uranus and Pluto in Virgo. It's that Uranus influence in particular that makes him such a good producer. Then he had Sun in Taurus conjoined to Mercury opposing Neptune and Scorpio. That's him being in the studio all the time. And that's him basically just having like that tunnel vision where his whole life is just music. And also where he's finding all of these records from back in the day to use for samples and all that stuff. Mars in Libra, that is pointing to him being a big time sampler in terms of him getting those beats. Then he has Venus in Cancer, which adds to the soul component. Venus in Cancer, that's the epitome of like soul music. All right. Now we're going to get more towards modern times, but we're not going to go too further into the present day. But we are going to talk about this duo, and they really put the South on the map. I love Outkast, one of my favorite hip hop duos. So, Outkast, this album right here, oh my God. Talk about so many hits on this album. So Outcast Aquemini. And Aquemini is a mashup of the signs Aquarius and Gemini. So Big Boy is an Aquarius and Andre 3000 is a Gemini. So this was cute how they had the mashup, and you can see the glyphs. Here's the Gemini one between the U and the E, and then you see the glyph for Aquarius in the Q. So here go Andre 3000. So he's another one where you might suspect him of being on the fence in terms of his sexuality, but I don't think he is. I think he's just out there, and I think he's very comfortable with his feminine side because he's a Gemini. But him and Big Boy, oh my God, they're so creative and so talented. And they really brought the soul to hip hop and that southern playalistic type of energy. But now Andre 3000, he's like a recluse now. So Andre 3000, Gemini with his sun conjoined to the Gemini South Node. He also got Mercury in Gemini, which is great for being a rapper. And then his sun and South Node are opposing his North Node and Neptune. So after Outkast pretty much had their time in the sun, pretty much their heyday was over, Andre 3000 became basically a recluse. And that points to his sun opposing Neptune, where he really isolates himself now and he really doesn't come out in public and make appearances anymore. And he talked about how he really doesn't really want to be in the public eye. And he had a hard time being in the public eye when Outkast was hot. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And even that Venus conjoined to his Saturn can make him very much about keeping to himself, where he wants to spend a lot of time by himself, just messing around with music. And recently he came out with that album. It's like an instrumental album where he's just banging on the piano keys, I think, not really making any music, not really making any sense. But it makes sense because he got Venus conjunct Saturn in Cancer. That Cancer can be like do whatever you feel in terms of music. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to flow in a certain way. It doesn't even have to, have any chords to it or anything like that. But yeah. Now I don't know his birth time, so I don't know if his moon is in Capricorn or if it's in Sagittarius. So let's take a vote. Do you think Andre 3000's moon is in Capricorn or is it in Sagittarius? And before you answer that, keep in mind that at one point he was married to Erica Badu. Were they married or were they just together? I think they were just together and had a baby together. But anyway, he was with Erica Badu for a while. And Erica Badu is a Sagittarius rising. She's a Pisces with Sagittarius rising. So before you answer that, think about Erica and how he got with her. But his moon could be in Capricorn. But what do you think? You think it's in Sagittarius or Capricorn? Kawhi said Capricorn. Indigo said Sagittarius. Ellie said a Sag moon for sure, just like me. Asha said Sagittarius. I'm kind of leaning towards Sagittarius, which would mean he would be born in the early morning. Late degree Sagittarius. And Sag can have a loner streak too, but so can Capricorn. Both of those signs can want to just go off and be by themselves at times. But Sagittarius tends to be more ostentatious, which Andre 3000 was, like the way he dressed and his personality. Even though he's on the reclusive end, when he was an outcast, more and more he started to become more ostentatious with the way he dressed, kind of over the top, loud. So I'm kind of siding towards Sagittarius. What else? So he got Mars in Aries, Jupiter in Aries, and Chiron in Aries. That Mars, what is Mars doing? He got Mars opposition Pluto. That's another aspect that can cause him to not really want to be out in public too much. And it could be because he has this me against them type of energy. There could be times where he just wants to do what he wants to do and he don't want to have to answer to nobody. Like that opposition alone, I could tell he is not good in relationships. He can't really be in a balanced relationship. He can't really be in a partnership. I would even think that caused problems between him and Big Boy at times. Now, did y'all ever hear if they ever had a falling out? I don't know. But that could definitely happen with that Mars opposition Pluto. That's like where Andre basically wants to take over, and Big Boy was probably just more so the hype man or the what would you call that? The supporting. He played the supporting role more so. And Andre 3000, let's be real, he did stand out more than Big Boy did. And then Andre 3000 was very much about black culture and everything, and that's very much dealing with that Venus, especially the Southern blacks. And that's very much dealing with his Venus in Cancer, conjoined to Saturn as well. And he had a style. Some of the way he dressed looked like old timey ragtime type of style. So remember, he would wear those hats with the suspenders, and he would have his mustache kind of like with the curled up. That's very Venus conjunct Saturn in Cancer too. Hey, look, baby, they playing our song, and the crowd goes wild. All right, now let's get into Big Boy. Big Boy. Now, don't Big Boy look like a classic Aquarius? You got a lot of Aquarius men that are a little bit on the chunky side, my dad included. And Big Boy shares a birthday with my father. It's just that my father was born in 1950 and Big Boy was born in what, 1975? Yeah. But he has that classic Aquarius look. Now, unfortunately, I don't have Big Boy's birth time, but his sun is in Aquarius. He got Mercury in Aquarius, Venus in Pisces, Jupiter in Pisces, Moon in Libra, Pluto in Libra, of course. He got Mars in Capricorn. It's opposing Saturn. So I would think he probably has issues with women as well. I don't know if he's ever been married, but that's basically like where he might be working all the time and he's rarely home. He might want to hang out with the boys instead of be at home with his wife. And does it show up here where he could have any issues with being in a partnership? Yes. So he has Moon in Libra opposing Chiron in Aries. With him having Moon in Libra, that just shows he's naturally inclined to be in a partnership and where he really could be looking out for the other person, in this case, Andre 3000. And that Chiron and Aries can represent Andre 3000. First, let me go back and see how close that Chiron is. So it's conjoined to Big Boy's Chiron and also his Jupiter. Oops. So yeah, I would definitely say there was probably times when the two of them weren't seeing eye to eye and they probably wanted to go their separate ways, but there was probably still like there's still some money to be made. Let's crank out one more album. I think was Speaker Box the last album they had, or did they I think they also had an album called The Love Below, if I'm not mistaken. Well, some Aquarians can have a lean, slender look, but I've also seen, like, no, I'll give you another example. I'll give you three examples of the chunky Aquarians. One is Big Boy, the other one is Kevin Gates, and The Weeknd. They all got kind of like that chunky kind of look. And I think Timberland, is Timberland an Aquarius? Because he's another little chubby chub looking one. But some Aquarians can be very tall and thin too. The double album. Was that The Love Below or was that Speaker Box? Both of them were double albums? Okay, so Kawhi, you said Big Boy divorced his wife in 2022. Jupiter said my booty and hips are huge. Oh, okay, Timberland is a Pisces. Okay, but he might have something in Aquarius, him being a Pisces. But I could definitely see the Pisces in him too. All right, moving along. So that's Outcast. I love Outcast. All right, next we have Busta Butts. Busta Bussy Butts. He's another one that I believe is on the fence sexually. I think he's leaning more towards the boys than the girls in terms of his sexual proclivities. But he'll never tell you that. And yes, he has kids, but that hasn't stopped gay men before. A lot of gay men want kids and they end up getting with women just so they can have the kids. Woo-ha! Got you all in check. Yes. Now, I used to think Busta Rhymes was very cute back in the day, especially when he was in Leaders of the New School with him, Dinko D, and Charlie Brown. And him and Charlie Brown had a falling out. Now, Busta Rhymes, Taurus, 29th degree of Taurus, that is, and you know, that can produce some conflicts. It can produce internal and external conflicts. It can also manifest as love triangles. And I'm thinking the love triangle could have been with a baby mama and also Spliff Star, his little sidekick. I think he's been dealing with Spliff Star romantically for years. Now, Busta is another rapper that got Venus conjoined to Mars. Remember, I said that's a classic gay man aspect. And I'm not saying all men with Venus conjunct Mars are gay, but I've seen it enough with gay men having Venus conjunct Mars. So, and especially with Busta Rhymes having that in Cancer, and he's a Cancer South Node, I would not be surprised if, you know, he liked the little hot dogs in his buns. And I would think, I think he probably is a top and a bottom, but he probably prefers to be a top most times. Now, Busta Rhymes got Mercury and Taurus. Now, what is it about him that enables him to rap so fast? He's really fast with the rapping. So we can look for Mercury and Taurus, but what is it doing? Now he got Mercury trying Jupiter, which can have him stringing words together where the word becomes one big word instead of individual small words. So that could be part of it. And then also that Saturn and Gemini opposing Neptune in Sagittarius, that could be where he's stretching words out as well. Because really, I think it's a trick he's doing. Where yes, he can rap fast, but I think some of what he's doing is just like some of them, some of them, you know what I mean? Like the chick from Supersonic, where she was like, "I'm some of them, I'm leaving, I'm in what I'm seeing, I'm yeah." I think sometimes it ain't even like real words. It's just let me stop. No, he got a talent for that. He really does. But he's arrogant as hell. And I don't really care for him. And because he's so testy, that points to his Virgo energy. He's very touchy and testy. But it's also that Venus conjunct Mars, too. He's very temperamental, he's very emotional, and he's very easily peeved. So I would say that moon is in Virgo because the moon could be in Leo, but I think it's in Virgo. But then again, oh yeah, I got his birth time. So he's a Leo rising, which makes sense because he does have that lion type of energy. Kind of looks very leonine. But then that Virgo moon makes a lot of sense too because he's easily disturbed, very easily peeved, easily annoyed, easily ticked off. And he got moon square Saturn, which can make him mean too. Like he's not a nice guy with that square. And then even that moon square Saturn could deal with the way he chops certain words up and stuff like that, where he's using bad grammar, but because he's a rapper, he's able to, make it work. That moon in Virgo is also pointing to his issues with dieting. Moon in Virgo square Neptune, that's him like probably drinking heavily, smoking heavily, eating a lot, and there goes his health. But yeah, he's a piece of work, especially with that moon square Saturn. Yup. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want. I never. I love that song, especially Mariah when she be like, "Climb the mountain high." I love that. I love her singing in that song. And then I like the one he did with Janet Jackson, but I don't like the way he looks in that video. He was a little too happy in that latex suit. All right, next we got, of course, I had to include him tonight. I'll wait till he comes up on the screen. Oh, let's go back. That's that moon square Neptune, Kauai, that bloated stomach, his bloated abs. Damn, stop. Hold on. Let me go back to the chart. That's a good question, Kauai. All right, so you see how he got moon in Virgo. That Virgo, that's your abs, your abdomen. And then it's squaring Neptune in Sagittarius. That's his distended abdomen. And usually that comes from drinking too much, a sedentary lifestyle where he's not exercising. Yeah. And with him being a Taurus, it makes sense. He likes the food, he likes the drink. I bet you he likes a lot of Hennessy too. But yeah, it's that moon square Neptune that produces that distended belly, that pop belly, that beer belly. And then that Venus conjunct Mars in Cancer don't help either. That can make him very much about food, especially like it's hard for him to resist certain cravings. I remember he was talking about it was like this Jamaican food. It was like a food that he got catered or whatever, or maybe his family member made it, and he was going down the table talking about all the different dishes and stuff, and he was using that Jamaican patois, and people were saying he was being phony. All right, next we got Biggie Smalls. Now, people want to act like Biggie was that great of a rapper. I don't really see it. Even when he was alive, yeah, I had both of his albums, but I didn't see him as one of the best. I never saw Biggie as one of the best. So when he died and people were talking about, oh my God, he was the greatest and all this stuff, I'm like, y'all just saying that because he's dead. He wasn't one of the greatest rappers in my book. Now, did he have some skills? Yes, he did. I mean, with him being a Gemini, it just goes with the territory. But was he one of the greatest, in my opinion? I think not. Fight me. Yeah, he was a good rapper, but like I don't like I'll just say this. I have a hip hop playlist and I can only think of two Biggie songs that I have. One is Notorious Thugs on my playlist and the other one is damn, I can't even remember. Give Me the Loot. So I think oh, and I might have the other one Who Shot Ya. So I might have those three songs on my playlist by Biggie. Who Shot Ya, Give Me the Loot, and Notorious Thugs. So that ought to tell you I'm not that big of a Biggie fan. Sometimes that voice gets on my nerves. It really does. Because it wasn't a pleasant sounding voice. He sounded exactly how he looked. Now, Notorious B.I.G., May 21st, 1972. Sun at the 0 degree of Gemini, Pisces rising. I believe this is his right birth time, right? Pisces rising. You know, with Pisces rising, you could get two different body types. One could be the little wayfish, small, little petite, little fairy type of body type, and then the other one is the whale. So they call it the guppy and the whale. So we know that Biggie, his Pisces rising played out as him being a whale. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. I love it when you call me Big Papa. He another one that had Venus conjunct Mars, and he said some things that made him a little suspect in some of his songs. Like it was bitches that I dream about fucking or something. One of the that song. And he said something like he'd rather have sex with a dude than who was the chicks from Escape. Didn't he say something like that? Dreams of fucking an R&B bitch. That's the song. And he said some other stuff that's kind of suspect too. Now Biggie had Moon in Virgo, which can point to his health problems. Maybe if he would have got murdered, maybe he would have died an early death simply because of his weight and not living right. So let's see what else he had. He had Moon square Saturn, which shows that he wasn't really respectful of women, and we all know that. And Busta Rhymes with his Moon square Saturn, you see the common denominator? Two men that have been very mean and nasty towards women both got Moon square Saturn. That's a classic aspect of a man that really don't respect women. And some men that got Moon square Saturn, they don't like women at all. They might use women to have children with, but they really don't like women. And Biggie seems like the type of guy where he may liked women in terms of how they looked and having sex with them, but I don't think he liked dealing with women like on a day-to-day basis, which explains why his marriage to Faith didn't last long at all and he was cheating all over her. I don't think he really, and it goes back to his mother, and I never liked his mother. I don't care what anybody says. I always looked at his mother as low down and like she's dark sided. Cause I'll never forget. It was like shortly after Biggie died. Miss Viola, I think that's her name, right? Or Vanetta, Violet, Vianetta, whatever her name is. I remember she seemed a little happy after his death, and all I could think was, yeah, because she about to get that big check. But I never liked her. Makes sense that his mom is an Aquarius. Did she die? I didn't like how she tried to be in the public eye a lot. I was like, lady, if you don't go sit down somewhere, and wasn't she even in his Juicy video? I think she was sitting at the kitchen table. Baby, baby. Now Biggie had Sun opposition Neptune. Now in his case, that didn't make him a recluse. Because remember, Andre 3000 had Sun opposition Neptune. And for him, that made him a recluse. For Biggie, this is the aspect that got him set up. This is him being set up and, basically being attacked in the car. And I believe Diddy orchestrated that. That Chiron and Aries opposition Uranus and Libra. This is what the young people like to say. It just shows that Biggie had ops. He was being targeted, and that can be shown as an ambush as well. Now, Little Kim, right? Little Kim being a Cancer, that speaks to Biggie's South Node in Cancer, Venus in Cancer, Mars in Cancer. Faith's a Gemini, right? So Faith's a Gemini, Little Kim's a Cancer. I would say just off of Biggie having Venus and Mars in Cancer, that Biggie was closer to Faith. I'm not Faith. Biggie was closer to Lil Kim, and he was more fond of Little Kim or fonder of Little Kim than he was of Faith. I think he got with Faith simply because of the way Faith looked. But Little Kim, that was really the homie. And that speaks to the Cancer energy, that Venus conjoined to Mars in Cancer, as opposed to his Sun and Saturn. With that Saturn in Gemini alone, he could have looked at Faith as more of a burden and a responsibility, especially since they had a kid together. But Biggie didn't last. He didn't live much longer after they had that kid. Salacious, you think they were soulmates, him and Lil Kim? And then we could talk about Charlie Baltimore. Now, Charlie Baltimore, her Mars is conjoined to Biggie's moon. So that explains their connection and why they were tight. But with Charlie and Biggie, I think it was more of like homie, lover, friend instead of like Biggie really being into her like romantically like that. I think it was like homie, lover, friend. I'm gonna also put you on in the rap game. If you don't tell my wife, it's all good type of thing. And I told y'all what my homie told me back in the day about that little skit that Biggie had on his Life After Death album, where he was talking about he was having sex with this woman and this woman wanted him to take a dump on her. And my homie who knows her, because she's from Philly and he's from Philly, he said that one day he saw her out. I think they were riding a car together, and she was the one that was like, "Yeah, you know that skit that Biggie has on his album where he was shitting on the girl? Yeah, that was me." And she said it like she was proud of it. So I'm looking at their charts. I'm trying to see the shit aspect because I'm like, because I believe my friend. I believe what he said. I don't think he would lie about that, and I don't think she would lie about that. And she kind of have a face like she would be into that type of stuff. But and don't get me wrong, I like Charlie Baltimore. I think she cool as shit. But I'm like, that's some nasty shit if that is true. Now I was looking for aspects that could deal with like her being into that stuff, and she does have Moon. What is that? Sextile Pluto, because Pluto would be the shit itself. So you can even add that Venus up in there too. And then she has so that Pluto sextile Neptune wouldn't really do it, but we don't know what time she was born. She might have her eighth house lit up, which could point to her being into that shit too. But yeah, I couldn't really find that poop connection between the two of them. Now, it would be different if I knew her birth time, but let me see if she has anything that fits in his eighth house. And that's another thing. They don't have anything in Scorpio, either of them, I don't think. But maybe she's a Scorpio rising. I could see her being a Scorpio rising. I wouldn't be surprised because she would mess up her face a lot. Like have that stank face. So she might actually be a Scorpio rising, which would make sense. And I'm not saying all Scorpio risings get down like that. That's on the extreme. But yeah, I don't really see any indicators. So he got Libra on the 8th with all that Scorpio in the 8th. And then she got so she don't have anything in his 8th house. which would make that come to life. But he might have shit in her eighth house. Let me look and see. But we don't, again, I don't know what time she was born, so I can't check that out. But anyway, let's look at her chart real quick in terms of her being a rapper. And she didn't really have a big career. She, hooked up with Ja Rule. Did Ja Rule, was his little squad called Murder Inc.? Or am I getting him mixed up with somebody else? But anyway, she was part of Ja Rule squad for a while. And what's Ja Rule's sign? Y'all let me know, because I forget. Is Ja Rule a Gemini too? But anyway, you can tell she was very much about trying to become a star with that Leo stellium, and that could just show that she was hanging around a bunch of celebrities before she became famous. Now, that Mars in Virgo could make her a little inclined to, be very, what's the word, giving, and where she would be willing to do anything to make her man happy. And she does have Mars square Neptune, which can make her a little screwed up, especially when it comes to sex. Mars square in that North Node as well. Then she has Mars opposition Jupiter, which could mean that she is into being humiliated. At least she was back in the day, maybe. So she does have some aspects that can make her a little questionable in terms of what she's into. But there's nothing really spectacular about her chart. All right, next we have DMX. Oh, somebody sent me a super chat. Let's see. Thank you for your super chat, L. Once again, thank you so much. Now, Virgo is about your digestive system and your intestines, but when we're talking about the toilet and poop, that would be Scorpio. But Virgo does go hand in hand with digestion and intestines. And even when, the poop is accumulating in the intestines, but the actual poop itself and defecation, that's Scorpio. And the toilet is Scorpio as well. And that plunger is Scorpio too. But as you see, Virgo and Scorpio are naturally compatible with each other, which is necessary for you to have proper bowel functioning. All right, so DMX. So DMX, I like DMX. I really did. But me and my sister, we did used to wonder if he was, straddling the fence in terms of his sexuality too. Now that I think about it, I don't think he was, but because he came across with so much, what's that, masculine energy, sometimes you kind of have to wonder. But we know that DMX was a broken man starting from an early age due to his mother being, abusive towards him. And I think his mother was on drugs too. And I don't think his father was in his life at all. So DMX had a really rough start in life, and it basically carried, he carried that trauma into his adult life. And that's why he got into a number of problems. That's why he was on drugs and drinking. And he had a broken relationship with his son and maybe even his daughter. He had a number of kids. So here's DMX, born on the 18th. That 18th can produce a number of problems in a person's life. It can produce conflict between the material and the spiritual side of life. And he definitely experienced that. He's another person that had Sun Square Pluto that ended up leaving this earth fairly young in life, fairly early. What year did he die? Does anybody remember? I think he died right around like the pandemic, didn't he? He also had Moon Square Neptune, which is a classic drug addict, alcoholic type of square. But that also points to his mother too, abandoning him. And again, I think his mother was on drugs as well. And him being a Sagittarius of 2021. Okay. So that means that he was only, damn, my math is bad. So 1970, that means he would have been 55 this year. So he died what, at 49? 50, 51 he died? So yeah, another one, very sad case, but I think he was very talented as a rapper, but just a troubled human being. Now you hear how his style of rapping was. It was kind of choppy, right? Kind of choppy, kind of like erratic in some ways. That's due to his Mercury square Uranus. Like I'm trying to think of like a lyric. Like he rapped like that, very kind of choppy and what's the word? Even kind of abbreviated in some points. So yes, very Mercury square Uranus. And some people with Mercury square Uranus, they can be easily set off, easily fly off the handle. You can even look at some Mercury square Uranus people as being unhinged. So he definitely had that going on. And Mercury square Uranus people, they are prone to throw things too. He had Venus conjunct Scorpio. I mean, he had Venus conjunct Mars in Scorpio. That's a wide conjunction, but still there nonetheless. And that is part of the reason why me and my sister would like kind of look at him as being a little suspect. Also, that Aquarius North Node too. But that's more so just that Aquarius is more so dealing with him being with the Rough Riders, which is a group. But like that Dark Man X, that's very much Mars and Scorpio. So DMX stood for Dark Man X. That's very Mars and Scorpio all day. And then we know he starred in some films as well. So I thought he was a pretty good actor. So do we see anything? He doesn't have any planets in Pisces. He got Jupiter conjoined to Neptune. And then he got Chiron trine Neptune. So that Chiron trine Neptune, that can point to his films that he was in. Like he was in Belly. He was in Romeo Must Die, right? He was in Get not Gang Related. I'm getting him mixed up with Tupac. Are those the only two movies DMX was in? Indiglo said, I have Uranus square Mercury and I will flip tables over. See what I'm talking about? Yeah. Mercury square Uranus people, you don't really want to fuck with them because they're going to have something for you and it's going to take you by surprise too. You don't see it coming. But yeah, these are people that'll snap on you. All right, next we got KRS-One and Scott LaRock. So remember, I was saying back in the day, these rappers usually were right alongside their DJs. So they were very much a duo, like here. So you had KRS-One on the right, and you had Scott LaRock on the left. This is one of the album covers that mesmerized me as a child. So this album came out, I think, in 86, which means that I must have been, that's the year I turned 11. Just showing you my age. So I think I was 10 when the album came out. If it came out in 86, because I didn't turn 11 until December of that year. But I remember with my young, impressionable mind, my mind was blown because now we're looking at an evolution of hip hop going from like more so, you know, LL Cool J, I Can't Live Without My Radio, where, or Run DMC, It's Tricky, to Rock the Bells, Peter Piper, Public Enemy. But then when Criminal Minded came out and it was like totally like street, gangster. It had like this criminal element in it. It blew my mind. And I remember just staring, fixated at this album cover. Namely because I thought KRS One looked weird. Because I never seen a dude look like him before. And I was kind of sheltered growing up. But yeah, I never seen a dude look like that before. I was like, wow, he's a little strange looking. But also because you can't really see it in its image, but KRS One is holding a 9 millimeter. And I remember just being so amazed, like, oh wow, like that's so street, that's so tough. Like, yeah. And the album was good. One of the best hip hop albums to ever hit the scene. That one and his next one, By Any Means Necessary. Or By All Means Necessary. So here's KRS One's chart. But nowadays I don't like him, honestly. I was a big fan of him back in the day, but he's another one who has become very arrogant. Now let's talk about that nose that he has. Now, a lot of times if you see somebody with a big nose, and not just like a big pointy nose, usually it's going to be like a big bulbous nose, like a bell pepper type of nose. A lot of times they're going to have Mars in Scorpio, or they could be a Scorpio rising, or they could have a planet dealing with their face in aspect to Scorpio. I've seen it time and time again. I like to say that Scorpio can produce those robust features. I like to use that word. Case in point. See, now I'm gonna have to rant a little bit. Now I know some of y'all have seen the images and videos of this woman. She's from some country in Africa, maybe Uganda or something, but she's been circulating social media recently, and she has a very large nose. And basically, she went viral on social media because she had posted a picture of herself or whatever, and people started clowning her. You know how social media is, especially like Instagram and Twitter, TikTok. People can be real mean. So people were talking about her nose. And then, a lot of people started to basically express their sympathy, and there was an outpouring of support for her. And she came out with a video and she was like, I know I'm not aesthetically beautiful according to mainstream standards. And I thought what she said was beautiful. And she was like, she was like, I love myself. And that's a form of beauty alone. I think she said something like that. Very articulate because she's a lawyer. Um, you could tell she's very intelligent and stuff. Now, I think that was a beautiful thing that so many people came out to support her and everything. The problem I had was that people were going overboard with it. Thank you for your super chat, LL. You are putting food on my table tonight. I love it. Thank you. And if anybody else would like to spread some love too, whether Cash App, let me put my Cash App if anybody wanna send me a Cash App real quick, just as a donation for the work I do. But what was I gonna say? So your question is, will all the fixed signs share strong features? Not necessarily, but just know that fixed signs can lead to extreme manifestations of things, and also where there's a high concentration of things. Whether it's a high concentration of energy or where there's a high concentration of genetics or whatnot. Now, again, the problem I had with the issue with the lady, oh, thank you, Jupiter. Not even with her. It's the piece, some of the people that were commenting on this lady's posts and on videos about this lady. Some of these people were going overboard with their comments, like where they were like, "Oh my God, you're so gorgeous, you're stunning, you are like just so beautiful inside and out." Thank you, Kauai. Thank you so much for your super chat. And I'm like, y'all need to stop, because if you had a chance to change to trade noses with that woman, you know you wouldn't. And that's the problem I have with a lot of people on social media nowadays. People want to do this virtue signaling and basically where everybody's beautiful. But my thing is, if this woman was a bitch, if she wasn't nice, right? If she was a bitch and if she had an attitude and she was doing something fucked up, well, you know what? a lot of people that are saying how beautiful she is would have started calling her, "You big ugly ass, big nose bitch. You looking like this." You know what I mean? So it's all about context. If this woman wasn't a nice woman, then you would be hearing about how ugly she is. And I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm not, don't get me wrong. But let's be real. We know how people are on social media and people are fake as hell. If the minute this woman does something that people don't like if this lady came out tomorrow and said that she was a Trump supporter, then she would be a big, you know what I mean? They would be like, "You big nose bitch, da 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 da." So people will respond in a way that they feel like is socially acceptable nowadays, even though they don't really mean it, even though they ain't telling the truth. Thank you, Indiglo. Thank you so much for your super chat. Even though these people aren't telling the truth. And again, I'm not saying that don't say she's beautiful, but people were going overboard like, "You're stunning, you're gorgeous." And after a while, if you call everybody beautiful and gorgeous, that means that word doesn't mean anything anymore. So that's another beef I have because I'm very much about preserving the English language. So you can't say everything is beautiful because if you do, then beautiful has no meaning anymore. It's same with ugly. You can't say everything is ugly because if you do, then ugly does not have a meaning anymore. But I'm like, let's stop with the cap. And we could say this woman is average and her nose is abnormally large. And most people don't look at an abnormally large nose as attractive. Let's just be real. Am I the only real person left on the planet? I'm the only one that's not afraid to say certain stuff. No, there are some people in the comments that are like, y'all need to stop with the cap. Come on. Y'all know good and well she ain't drop dead gorgeous like y'all acting like she is. And the woman even came out herself and said it. She was like, "I am not aesthetically beautiful according to mainstream standards." And I'm like, exactly. So why do people feel like they gotta lie to this woman? Y'all making it worse. Yeah, she had nice skin and eyes, but what I'm saying is all these people, and I'm only talking about the people that were fawning over her like she's like this gorgeous beauty queen, which we know she's not a gorgeous beauty queen. Most of us aren't gorgeous beauty queens. So why are we acting like she's a gorgeous beauty queen when we know 99% of the people on earth are not a gorgeous beauty queen? That's what I'm getting at. But because this woman had a hard time, now everybody want a virtue signal. But like I said, the minute this woman said if she said something like, "I support Trump," now everybody gonna be talking about how she ugly and her nose is all big and all this type of stuff. Again, it's about context and it's about, oh, are you saying the right things? A lot of fat people don't get the luxury. You can have somebody that's 500 pounds that got three double chins. People aren't calling them gorgeous all of a sudden just because they had a bad day. Again, I guess I'm too real for the world at this point because I don't like this shit when all this virtue signaling stuff, people lying to other people. Like, if I'm fat, tell me I'm fat. Like, don't make fun of me, but don't lie to me either and tell me I got a perfect body when I weigh 350 pounds. Don't fucking lie to me because it's making shit worse. I'd rather somebody say, "Yeah, you could stand to lose a few pounds, but you still look good," as opposed to telling me I'm perfect. Because I know I'm not perfect. I know I need to lose a few pounds. I don't need somebody lying to me just to make me feel good. Oh, you can walk on the beach wearing that thong. You look just as good as Halle Berry. Do you think I'm gonna believe that bullshit that somebody's telling me just to make me feel good when my thighs and ass are riddled with cellulite? But I'm supposed to pretend like I could walk on the beach just like some chick out of like some Instagram model that got a tight ass and get the same attention from men. Let's be real with ourselves. And again, it wasn't the woman that wasn't real. It was the people that were trying to stroke her ego that's not being real about the situation. And now I get off my soapbox because that's all I wanted to say. I've been meaning to say this for a minute. I was going to actually make a video about it, but I know people are real sensitive about this shit. Yeah, it's riddle. It is riddle. It's terrible. My ass looked like somebody took a brown paper bag and scrunched it up. Yes, it looks like that. But guess what? I'm not going to sit here and allow anybody to lie to me and tell me, oh, you look just as good as some Instagram model when I know I don't. Let's be real. It's okay to say I'm not perfect. It's okay to say, hey, I'm an average looking chick, but that's not everything that, matters in life. And that's what that lady was getting at. She was like, yeah, I may not look according to, people's standards of beauty, but that's not really what's important to me in life. Now you say you cracking me up, but you speaking fat. Exactly. I'm like, we gotta get in where we fit in for real. Not everybody can be a model. Not everybody is drop dead gorgeous. Most of us aren't. Most of us are seriously flawed, and that's okay. So we need to stop lying to each other. Like again, let's get into KRS's nose. If you had a chance to trade noses with KRS-One, would you? No, I wouldn't. I'm just saying because there's this thing called extremes and there's this thing called moderation, and usually when things are beautiful it's because the shit has been moderated to a point where there's no extremes. That's why people who are extremely skinny tend to be unattractive. People who are extremely fat tend to be seen as unattractive. It's the extremes that produce things that make you be like, oh, okay, whoa, you know what I mean? But again, it doesn't make the person any less than. And KRS-One with that big ass nose, I'm just pointing at that comes from that Mars at the 0 degree of Scorpio. Like that produces that strong nose. Now, again, like I said, he arrogant. That's why I don't mind talking about his big ass nose because he thinks he is the most intelligent rapper to have ever done it. Now he got Mercury square Neptune. It makes me wonder what he's been getting into with that. But that Mercury square Neptune could deal with times where, people might have been making fun of him when he was younger. And he did go through a period of homelessness, which could coincide with that square as well. But it was something I was gonna say. It could be a secret that he's keeping because there was speculation that he knew about Scott LaRock's murder, like Scott LaRock got set up. So there could be some secrets that he's hiding with Mercury square Neptune. And then I remember when he was defending Africa Bambaataa, I gotta turn my fan on. I remember when he was defending Africa Bambaataa once Africa Bambaataa got exposed for touching young boys back in the day. So yeah, it makes me really question KRS-One. But he was a good rapper nonetheless, very skilled. I liked a lot of his songs. I love Black Cop. Like I said, I love those first two BDP albums. And then he spearheaded the whole Stop the Violence movement where they all got together and they did the Stop the Violence video and all that. So that was nice. And then remember he did beep beep, that's the sound of the police. But I love Black Cop. Black Cop was the shit. Now, what in his chart would symbolize Black Cop? The cop would be the Virgo, and then so I guess it would be just this Uranus conjoined Pluto in Virgo opposing Saturn, because he was shaming the black cops. Okay, so we could say that Saturn in Pisces is representing him shaming the black cops because he was shaming black cops for basically being black cops and like beating dudes over the head in their own communities and stuff. So that's where that's coming from. And he had a lot to say. He called himself the teacher, which is that Gemini stellium he has. His moon could be in Gemini, which I believe it is, conjoined to the North Node, and he got Jupiter in Gemini. A lot of people with Jupiter and Gemini, they got a lot to say. They can't stop talking, which is perfect for being a rapper. All right, next. Now I don't know whose chart I'm going to be looking at. It might be Baby's chart. What's his other name? He go by a few aliases. Baby and what's the other one? My mind is drawing a blank tonight, y'all. Why can't I think of his name? But this is Tony's man right here. Little Wayne and Baby. Why can't I think of his name? What's his other name, y'all? Birdman. That's it. Thank you, Kawhi. Birdman. I am drawing a blank tonight. So we got Birdman and Little Weezy or Little Wayne. Now I love them back in the day. Big timers, cash money millionaires. They had a number of aliases with their group, but I loved them back in the day when they came on the scene. Bling bling. I need a hot girl. Back that thing up. The block is hot. Oh my God. I love them. But then they started to do some questionable shit that had everybody scratching their heads, like the time Birdman and Lil Wayne was kissing each other. So Birdman is another one that makes you question. Lil Wayne is too. But I don't see Lil Wayne as being bisexual at all. He might like to flirt with that a little bit. He did a little bit, just a little bit back in the day with the super tight jeans and stuff like that. But I don't see Lil Wayne getting down like that. Birdman, on the other hand, I think Birdman has done a lot of questionable things over the years. Yes, Brian, that's his name. Yes. Ellie said Lil Wayne looks so clean here. I'm shocked. Oh yeah, Stay Fly. I love that one too. Got a quarter, take a gas in my new E class. But that's alright, cause I'm alright. We got everything in my mama name. Oh yeah, Juvenile too. But I'm hood rich. Da 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 da. Yeah, that was the shit. Okay. All right. So here's Birdman's chart. He got Sun in Aquarius, Moon in Aquarius, and Mercury in Aquarius. So you know he down for whatever. But that Aquarius is good for production. But the main producer, though, he really didn't produce anything. That was Manny Fresh being the producer. But you could say with this Aquarius, it was Birdman who basically brought them all together. He was the one that formed the group. He has Mars conjunct Neptune. That can make him be in some questionable things sexually. Like that produces sexual fluidity. So he could be with women and men. And honestly, I think Tony Braxton is wild. I think she don't care. I think she loves it actually. I think she likes that he's like that. But it's mainly because he just be caking her up. He be giving her whatever she wants. He got an Aries stellium, including Chiron, North Node, Venus, and Saturn. Oh, and that I have his birth time, looks like. So he's an Aquarius rising. He is kind of weird looking, so that makes sense. Sun in the first house. That's like him saying I'm the number one stunner. What? The number one stunner. James Brown, Jackie Chan, and that bitch MacGyver. I would say, he does give off that stunner energy. Then remember he said put some respect on my name. Wasn't that the Breakfast Club where he was saying that? He said put some respect on my name. Now, respect, that is Saturn. That's also Capricorn. Now, if this is his birth time, that Capricorn on the 12th can show where a lot of times he is having challenges with being respected. And then Saturn and Aries, that would be put some respect on my name, with Aries representing names. So Saturn ruling the 12th house with Capricorn there, you might often feel like you're not being respected or you're not getting the respect due. And then Saturn's in Aries. Aries is name. So that's him saying put some respect on my name. Wody, you heard me? He got South Node in Libra, Uranus in Libra, Jupiter in Libra. Because the South Node's in Libra and Tony Braxton's a Libra, that means Tony could be his downfall. She might ruin him financially before it's all said and done. I had said in the comments of one video, I was like, Tony Braxton, because it was about Birdman and Tony, and people were trying to figure out, like, why are they a couple? Like, they don't make no sense together. And I was like, yes, they do. I was like, if you just think in terms of the relationship being transactional, it makes a lot of sense. And I said, and you know Tony Braxton is bad with money. Why was a couple of people getting on my case simply because I said Tony is bad with money? I thought everybody knew that at this point. She was even on Oprah talking about she had to file for bankruptcy, and Oprah was getting in her ass about her buying Gucci plates and stuff. Tony has very expensive taste, and that's why she keeps messing around with Birdman, because Birdman will buy her whatever she wants. He will pay off her credit card bills and all that type of stuff. But because his South Node's in Libra and it's conjoined to Uranus, this is why they're in and out of the relationship. This is why she's constantly breaking up with him. And now supposedly they are married. And I think they were supposed to get divorced last year, but I think, they're staying married or whatever. But yeah, it's all for convenience. That's Uranus conjoined to that South Node in Libra, relationship of convenience. And because the South Node, it might ruin him at some point. Hey, SKG, I didn't even notice you. Yeah, it's very Saturn and Aries energy. But yeah, and Aquarius, that's the sign of convenience. So some Aquarians don't mind this relationship, having a relationship that's rather transactional. All right, moving on. Do you know I was back then? You know I was your husband. I'm not thinking about him. Why'd you marry him? All right, let me know when you see the next image come up. What he's getting out of it, well, Tony giving him the goods. Tony is pretty. So, he wants a pretty woman on his arm. And she probably rubs his back and stuff and sings in his ear. All right. Look who we have here, Mr. Common, Mr. Everyman. Now, how many relationships has this dude been in? Now, Common, I wasn't a big fan of him when he came out. But I do like a few of his songs. Like that one album he put out where he had the song Go and he had the song Come Close. And I love the song Testify, where in the video Taraji P. Henson is in it. But yes. But Common has had some had a string of relationships that really didn't go anywhere. Let's count them. Wasn't he with Erica Badu? He was also with Serena Williams. He also got with who else? Jennifer Hudson. Is that who he was? Yeah, okay. So Kawhi, you say he's currently dating Jennifer Hudson. It was also someone else too. Someone where I was like, what? They're together? I think he is DL, and I think that's why he's using these women to cover up his true sexuality. I think he's one of those true, like, I think he's bisexual, but he's more on the, men end. Tiffany Haddish, yes. I really question his judgment when he got with her, which lets me know he's kind of messy. So, oh, didn't he get with Queen Latifah too, or they were just in a movie together? I never saw that movie. I never had a desire to see it. I think the movie was called Just Right. But Queen Latifah, she's been known to go both ways too, even though she's mainly a lesbian. Queen Latifah was actually dating, I'm trying to remember who she was dating, but it was some man, but I forget. But I wouldn't be surprised if Common tapped that as well. To them freckles. He got that twinkle in his eye, y'all. And again, he's not exactly sweet. He's more on the savory end, like how I was saying Eric B is. Oh wait, I didn't even get into his chart yet. Wait, where is Common's chart? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, so Common, he's a Pisces. It makes sense. Um, he got Moon in Pisces. Well, I don't know because well, no, this is his birth time. Okay, so I have his birth time, so we can rest assured that that Moon is in Pisces. and the sun is in Pisces in the fourth house. He got a lot of family secrets, boy. Let me stop. All right. He got Mercury conjunct Chiron in Aries. Just having Mercury conjunct Chiron alone, that speaks of his rapping style. And I never really was a fan of his style of rapping, but he got better over the years. Like if you listen to that first hit of his, I Used to Love Her, it's a perfect example of that Mercury conjunct Chiron because the way he rapped was a little disjointed. Damn, y'all already saw a sneak peek of my boy Cameron. But anyway, Commons, his cadence was a little disjointed or not. How can I put it? It was a little irregular. That's a good way to put it. His style is a little irregular and almost amateurish in some ways, I would say. So he has Venus in Taurus squaring Aquarius North Node. That's why he can't settle down with any one woman. That alone, Venus square Aquarius North Node. So he might think that he's going into a relationship with good intentions and that, this is the woman he's going to settle down with. But then it looks like because of that square, he'll start to look at these women in a different light. Maybe once, the honeymoon period is over, the allure has worn off. And then I would say he's the one that creates the breakup because of this square. Venus and Taurus square in that Aquarius North Node. So he'll probably start acting up at some point, and then next thing you know, the woman feels like she has no choice but to break up with him because he makes shit impossible. He becomes very unreasonable. So he was with Angela Rye as well. Okay. Now, do we see anything that can point to where he could go both ways sexually? He got Mars in Taurus. It's opposing his Scorpio ascendant. So that can mean with Mars in Taurus, he does want to come across as quote unquote normal, where he's more of the vanilla type. But that Scorpio rising, especially because it's at the 18th degree, can make him where he could be into other things, but could be men in particular, but he never wants to make it seem like he is that way. So he will always play that Mars and Taurus role to the hilt. And that could even explain that seventh house. So he has a desire to get into relationships with the opposite sex, which would be that seventh house women, in order to appear normal, to mask his true sexuality, his sexual identity. That very well could be the case. And then he has, let me see what that Pluto is doing. He has Sun opposition Pluto. That's another one that produces issues with his relationships because what that's doing is once he gets the chick, like for him, it's more so about the chase than anything. So once he gets the woman, that Pisces sun will kick in and he kind of checks out. It's like he doesn't become an active partner in the relationship. He just checks out, which could support what I'm saying, where he's basically just using these women as beards, as covers, or maybe even because he's struggling himself. Maybe he really doesn't want to be attracted to men, so he keeps on trying to get with women to prove to himself that he's not really about that life, if you get what I mean. Look like he got some money problems too with that Venus and Taurus quincunx Neptune. He might have a gambling problem or he might just spend money willy-nilly. That Saturn and Gemini don't really help him out with being a rapper either, because that could deal with where he be tripping over his words sometimes or stumbling or he can't find the right words to say. And like I said, I always felt like his rapping style was a little bit more on the amateurish elementary kind of end. And then even the Saturn and Gemini opposing Neptune, that could deal with where he got secrets that one day somebody's going to out his secrets and it could be about his sexuality. So he better be careful. Wait a minute, didn't Tiffany? Oh, remember the situation with Tiffany Haddish and Common, and it was something with it was like the Vision Pro, the virtual reality thing, and he broke it or something. That's dealing with that Saturn opposition Neptune. Cause she like kind of put him on blast for that. And I don't think he wanted that to get out. Like they were beefing over that device. But that's dealing with that Saturn opposition Neptune too. Asha said, I think he definitely wears a mask. His life always appeared quiet. Yeah. He's definitely not upfront about what he's really about. Elle said, I never knew a love like this. Gotta be something to write this. Right? Elle also said, LOL, that Venus trying to conjunct too far out. What are you talking about? The Mars? Oh my God. You are funny. Then he said it's all foggy about his connection. The ideal of high romance in the chase. But once it happens, reality hits and he's out. Pisces. That's the truth. That's how he is. Yes. And he thinks that a woman is probably the answer to all his problems. And no, no comment. All right, let's get into Cameron. I ain't even gonna lie. I got a special place in my heart for Cameron. It could be because he's an Aquarius. And like I said, when I did my little astro crossword where I was talking about the lyrics in one of his songs, no, wait a minute, who the hell is this dude behind him? This don't, this don't even look right. First of all, this dude is too close. Is this even a real picture? First of all, I don't know how y'all get down, and this is very much dealing with my Capricorn moon rising, especially because it's squaring Pluto. But I don't like people all up on me like that. Could I look how close he is? That even a real picture? Because why does it kind of look like Cameron superimposed on this guy? But if I was a dude, there's no way I would allow another man, unless I was gay, to be that close behind me like that. And even me being a woman, I don't like people being all up on me like that. So why is that man all up on him like that? I don't get it. I didn't even realize that man. I didn't even see him until I'm looking at this now. But anyway, I've always liked Cameron. I always had a special place in my heart for him, or he's always had a special place in my heart. And again, could be because he's Aquarius. He reminds me of my dad in some ways. Like I said before, if my dad was a rapper, he would be like Cameron. And then also, I love the movie Paid in Full, and I think Cameron did a really good job playing Rico in that movie. You say his smile is off. Now, Cameron, he's been, receiving a lot of flack lately because him and Dame Dash have been beefing. What they have been beefing about, I'm not really sure. But now Cameron has basically offered Dame Dash's son some money for his son to do an interview with him. And I'm just like, yo, Cam ain't shit for that. But anyway, Cam is one of them coldest ice Aquarians where he's like, fuck your feelings. Like, for real, it is what it is. And I love Cameron's voice. He got that deep voice. He's just funny. But anyway, here's his chart. Sun in Aquarius, Mercury in Capricorn, Venus in Capricorn. He got a North Node in Scorpio like me, Uranus in Scorpio like me. We both got Pluto at the 11th degree of Libra. His Saturn's in Cancer, Mars in Gemini. We both got Mars in Gemini. That's why I think, because we got some similarities in our chart. That's probably why I take a liking to him. But he got that nice Sun in Aquarius, trying Mars in Gemini. That's that Dipset, when he was part of Dipset. That's dealing with that. And then who did he sign with Jay-Z when Jay-Z was at the head of Def Jam? I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get that mixed up. But I used to love his song Horse and Carriage. And then 357. But let me see. What do I gotta talk about with Cameron? Cameron is always getting in beefs with people, and that can be likened to his Aries moon. That is if that moon is in Aries, because it's at the early degrees. So if he was born early in the morning, that moon could actually be in Pisces. What do y'all think? Do you think Cameron's moon is in Aries or Pisces, considering what you know about him? Is Cameron's moon in Pisces or Aries? Yo, it's midnight already. Oh my God. And I don't even know if I'm like close to the end of part one because I forget who else I have on this list. Let me see. Okay, Kawhi said moon in Aries. I agree. I think his moon is in Aries because he would be more gentler if his moon was in Pisces, I believe. He would be more like Common because, Common got a moon in Pisces. Cameron, I think, is definitely in Aries. Indiglo said Aries all day. Derek said, hey, Derek, Derek, your video's coming up after this one. Derek said probably Aries because he was very tight with Mariah in the early 2000s. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yes. Leo, you said Pisces given his style. So let's talk about his style. So for style, we want to look for Venus, also the second house, and any planets in Taurus. Now, we don't know what time he was born, so we got to go with that Taurus South Node. We got to go with that Venus in Capricorn. Now, that Venus in Capricorn is not really pointing to his style. You know how he likes to wear pink and stuff? But when you take this square into account with his Pluto, Venus and Capricorn squaring that Pluto and Libra, that's basically showing that he's turning tradition on its head by wearing some things, some colors in particular, that usually the opposite sex, which is Libra, would tend to wear. So that shows he's mashing it up by wearing the pink fur coats and all that, that Venus square Pluto. And he's gotten flack for it too. So that's very Venus square Pluto. And then you got the Taurus South Node, it's squaring the sun, which can also do the same thing. That's like switching the style up, doing something that is not normal. So again, it's usually not normal for a man to wear all pink. And like when Cameron would get the pink, it would be all pink. So again, you know how Aquarius likes to be rebellious, likes to be shocking, likes to go against the norm or the status quo. That's the epitome of that Sun in Aquarius squaring that Taurus South Node all day. He can't help it. So it's not like it's a gimmick on his part. That's just who he is. Like it's just naturally for him to go against the grain when it comes to fashion. And he got Sun in Aquarius squaring that Scorpio North Node. So he might have done some questionable things sexually with that because that could deal with where either that could either play a sexual perversion or where you are undercover about your true sexuality or where it's just a little off. It's not normal. It's not your usual brand of sexuality. And he did have that song that I spoke of where he was talking about he put doo doo. He said he put doo doo in his Fruit Loops and ate two scoops or I mean, I'm just like, dude. But yeah, he is a little weird and offbeat, but that's very Aquarian, especially squaring the nodes like that. All right, Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted. Ice Cube, he's been getting clowned a lot lately for that movie, War of the Worlds. I didn't see it yet. I don't know if I could stomach seeing it. I might fall asleep watching it because I heard it's really boring. I heard he's basically just sitting, staring at computer screens the whole movie, yelling at the computer screens, and also stalking his children. Now, you know, Ice Cube, I've never really considered him to be a serious actor, even though he holds his own in his own movies like Friday, the Friday franchise. He was also, Players Club, All About the Benjamins. Um, what other? I think was he a Next Day Air too? That movie was pretty funny. He's been in quite a few movies over the years. He did a pretty good job in Boys in the Hood, which was the first movie that he was featured in playing Doughboy. I think, but he was basically just playing himself. Not even playing himself, basically playing the character that he was playing when he was in NWA because everything this man does is just a caricature of his true self. Now, Ice Cube, I can respect him because he has years in the game. He has some talent, but there's just this energy he gives off that I do not like. And I'll tell you where it's coming from. It's not the Gemini energy because I fucks with Gemini. I get down with Gemini, but it's all this Virgo energy that's messing up this Gemini. So he got Pluto conjoined to the South Node. He got Jupiter in the mix and Uranus. These are all conjoined to each other. That's some heavy energy. And that can mean that he can't ever just be. He always got to be doing something. And that's what got him into trouble with this recent movie because he don't know how to just chill and relax and just enjoy his money. He always got to be meddling with something, always got to be working on something. And sometimes if you're too much about work, sometimes what you're producing is just going to be garbage. And that's what happened with that War of the Worlds movie. So he got Sun and Gemini squaring all of this, squaring Pluto, squaring South Node, squaring Jupiter and Uranus. Like, I'm just like, wow. Now, some of this is dealing with him having problems where he was in NWA, but these squares still show up in his daily life. Again, I think he deals with a lot of anxiety. And yes, he always looks angry. Hey, Lish, he's always looking angry, and that's because of that Virgo stellium. I don't think he's ever happy. And I'm just like, dude, like, and that Venus conjunct Saturn too, that can mean he's always serious because he's always thinking about money. He got Mars in Sagittarius, which should help him be more easygoing, and that deals with the comedy that he, be part of, like with the Friday series. And then he got Mars in Sagittarius, opposition Mercury and Gemini. He's the one that, like, this makes me think of that No Vaseline song when he was putting them on blast, like he was talking about Dr. Dre and Easy E in that song. But he's just one of them type that will put people on blast, and he's can be very outspoken. This also speaks to him being political. Um, I don't know if was he a supporter of Trump. I'm not sure, but I think he wanted to have him sit down with Trump, or was it Biden? I can't remember, but he did insert himself in politics, which is very much that Mars in Sagittarius as well. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that character he played in Players Club. I feel like that's basically showing his true nature. Cause remember he played the lowdown dude in Players Club that's set Ebony up to get, sexually assaulted by Junior. Yeah. I kind of feel like some of that is truth about how he really gets down. And these squares kind of point to it, especially Sun Square Pluto. I'll just tell you this. I would not trust him with my toothbrush. Like, I don't no, not with those squares. He's somebody that will turn on you, especially if the price is right. Especially because he got that Venus conjunct Saturn. But what's crazy to me, how about his wife looks like his twin? I definitely believe he's found his soulmate in his wife because if you look at her, she looks very much like him, but that's very Gemini. Gemini is the twinning effect. So I find that to be interesting. He got moon in Cancer, and he is very much about race and racial things. He got moon quincunx Mars in Sagittarius. Interesting. Oh, that makes sense. So you're saying Leo said he is Republican because that moon in Cancer quincunx Mars can point to some of people of his own race got a problem with him because either he supports Trump or maybe because he's Republican or conservative or whatever. But it could just show his political affiliations kind of rub some of his black fans or, black fan base the wrong way. Or just black people, period. The Friday movies can be seen with his Neptune in Scorpio trying the Pisces North Node, but that's also representing the Players Club movie as well. We be clubbing. Everybody likes when the girl shakes something. All right, next. Okay. One of the reasons why I do give Ice Cube his props is because of Yo Yo. When he brought Yo Yo on the scene, I was like, oh my God, I love me some Yo Yo. Yo Yo came out with the Intelligent Black Women's Coalition. I think that's what it was called, IBWC. But, she came on the scene with You Can't Play With My Yo Yo. And then she also had the other song, I think it was called Ain't Nobody. And then she was on a couple of episodes of the Martin Show, and then she was in the Boys in the Hood movie, just a little brief part in Boys in the Hood. But yeah, Yo Yo is that chick. Now, so again, I gotta give Ice Cube his props for putting Yo Yo on. So Yo Yo, Leo, got a Leo stellium, including her Venus, Sun, and South Node in Leo. But I'm really looking for that aspect that deals with her creating the Intelligent Black Women's Coalition. Now that is seen through North Node, Trine, Uranus. Now, even though this ain't speaking to Black women, it's still representing a coalition and a movement that she created that is based upon feminism because of the Libra influence. But it's not really saying women. Now, here's the Black part. That Moon in Capricorn. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that yet. The Moon in Capricorn is the Black women. And then let's see, there is a trine with Mercury, but that's not really speaking of a coalition though. But that could just show that, she was very much about helping Black women, empowering Black women, all that. And her raps were very much about showing women respect. She said, check the booty. Yo, it's kind of soft and if you touch it, you're living in a coffin. That's what I'm talking about. Nowadays, these women want your hands all over their booty. But back then, women, had more standards, except when we got to Little Kim. Little Kim kind of changed the game. But even before Little Kim, we had groups like Hoes with Attitudes. They really didn't get any type of fame or anything like that. But yeah. And then Yo Yo with her braids, that's the Aquarius influence all day, especially that Mars and Aquarius with Mars is hair. So she really, made braids really popular. And then what else? And of course, she has those pretty eyes too. But that's pretty much about Yo Yo. All right, look who we have here, Mr. 50 Cent, Mr. Man of the Year. At one point, he was Mr. Man of the Year when he came out with his debut album, and everybody was just going crazy over him, including my mom. My mom loved some 50 Cent. She was like, that 50 Cent, he's fine. I was like, really, mom? Like, I never looked at 50 Cent like he was good looking to me. I didn't ever looked at him as he was ugly when he first started off. I think he's ugly now. But when he first came out, I thought he was kind of cute, but 50 Cent was never my type. I don't go for guys that look like him, especially where it looked like your jaw is all like tight and locked. And I know he got the jaw itch. I think he got shot a number of times or whatever. I don't know if he got shot up in the face. But 50 Cent is another one who's super arrogant and he needs to be humbled from time to time. And he's always like on social media, just talking like gossiping and talking about people. Like, it really makes me question like how he really gets down. All right, what y'all talking about? Ma wanted some change in her purse. The ELL said, especially when getting money, bruh, you don't know one touching a dime. Yes, he does have a pit bull face. Or you could say maybe a rob. No, it is pit bull. He looked like one of them blue nosed pit bulls. What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, gangster? Now, part of the reason why he's done so well financially is because he does have Mars and Taurus, and it's forming a dissociative trine with his Venus in Leo. So that trine has really helped him out, especially with the different deals. Remember, he had the vitamin water deal, but that can also deal with the money that he gets through his series like Power and stuff. Now, the actual shows are coming through with the Gemini energy. That's the TV shows like Power, but that's also him rapping as well. Both that Mercury and Moon in Gemini. That Moon in Gemini is good for him telling stories through his raps. Like growing up, I was confused, my mama kissing a girl, that type of stuff. Just Cancer alone is the storyteller, so he does good telling stories. And what else do I want to say about him? That Mars conjunct Chiron points to him getting shot up, being wounded. What else do I want to talk about? That's Saturn in Cancer, and it's conjoined to his sun. It's a kind of wide conjunction, but it's still a conjunction. Just the Saturn Cancer alone, though, can show that he has serious problems with women. He's another one where he really doesn't respect women, but he deals with them, for whatever to fulfill whatever need. But have you really seen 50 Cent really be an arm in arm with a woman? Like in a really romantic relationship. I really haven't seen that since Vivica. I don't think 50 Cent really likes women, y'all. But I'm not saying he's gay either. But I think he's done some gay things for some money. I think he's done some strange things for some pieces of change. But I don't think he's gay per se. But I could definitely tell that he doesn't like women. He really don't like dealing with them. Even that moon opposition Neptune can have him being kind of perplexed about women, but it's also pointing to his mother. What did I say? He said, growing up, I was confused, my mama kissing a girl. That's that moon opposition Neptune. And wasn't his mom a drug dealer too? His mom was off the chain, but that points to that moon opposition Neptune. Usually, if a man does not have a healthy relationship with his mother, he's not going to have healthy relationships with women, and that moon opposition Neptune points to that. And then even how he tried to humiliate Vivica Fox after they broke up. That's very moon opposition Neptune. He still will try to humiliate her if she's in the news, and if he can, if he jumps on Twitter real quick, he might say something. But yeah, he's terrible. And I'll never forget that Power episode where he was sitting down in a chair and I saw like a little part of his penis, and he did that on purpose. I could tell. And what is that about? Let me see. He got Pluto, quincunx Mars. Mm. Yeah, there's something not right with 50 Cent in terms of his sexuality. I would even say, like during sex, I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of like into torture. Like that might be one of the only ways he could get off. And I do remember I think it was Vivica Fox. She's the one that first introduced him to getting his salad tossed. And I was innocent back then. I wasn't familiar, but that could have been the springboard to a bunch of sexual fetishes and kinks. Like Vivica probably was the one that set everything off because she tossed his salad. And then remember, she came out later saying that she thought that he was gay because she said like there were certain things he would do that would make her question his sexuality. So again, he got Mars and Taurus, quincunx, Pluto, and Libra. And that can point to, in order for him to really get off, something needs to happen. And with Pluto, Pluto could be sex, but it could also be torture. And Mars could be his sex drive. So this can mean like maybe to get turned on a lot of times, something has to be going down in the bedroom. Maybe the woman has to be tied up, or maybe he's into choking or something, but I don't see him just being into traditional vanilla types of sex. But again, he probably didn't even know he had it in him until he got with Vivica Fox. And she probably kind of turned him out, which could happen with this quincunx. Oh, shoot, that made me think of something. Oh, I was about to, Lord, let me shut my mouth. Sometimes I be wanting to tell y'all stuff and I have to stop myself because I'm like, oh, confidentiality. But because, through my line of work, I have so many examples. That's how I know a lot of stuff because I look at charts all the time. And this is what I do for a living. So I'll be doing readings sometimes and certain things come up and I'm like, oh, okay, okay, yeah. And so recently something like that happened. And because I'm so like close to y'all, and it is a small live stream, it's only 48 people in here. I was about to spill some tea. I had to stop myself. Oh shit. Because I was about to give y'all an example, but I can't. But because I'm not like that. I'm not going to spill people's tea like that. But yeah, but you'd be surprised. I'll just say that you'll be surprised. All right, Snoop Dogg. So Snoop, Snoop. I was, I can't even say I was a fan of his, but I do like some of his music. But he one of them ones that can be highly annoying, and he's also a rapper that didn't age well at all. And I think Snoop is in that collaboration that I was talking about earlier with the older rappers. So I think it's LL, Snoop, Busta Rhymes. Snoop is on like every single collaboration that every rapper has ever done. Like Snoop don't mind collaborating with a bunch of people, but it makes sense, right? He a Libra. So Snoop was cute as hell when he was young, but now Snoop looks like he could be 70, don't he? And he does look like a Doberman, yes. But he looks like, look, my dad looks younger than Snoop, and my dad is 75. That ought to tell you something. But yes, Snoop had it going on back in the day. But I guess the way he's been living his life, he has not aged well at all. So Snoop is a Libra with Sun in Libra, Uranus in Libra, and Pluto at the Aries point of Libra. Then he has a nice trine between Saturn and Gemini and Pluto and Libra. That's making me think of Death Row Records. His all the collaborations he's done as a rapper, because Pluto is collaborations and the different licensing deals and all that. And then he tried to reinvent himself, which is seen through this Mars in Aquarius, but that shit got shut down quickly. And you could see that through he got Mars squaring the moon. So he tried to become Snoop Lion, right? He tried to go the Rastafarian route. But the true Rastafarians was not having it, including Peter. Was it Peter Tosh? That was no, not Peter Tosh. It was Bunny Wailer. Bunny Wailer was like, you better keep that shit in Compton or LA or Long Beach or wherever the fuck you come from. Cause down here, we don't play that clown shit. So yeah, he was not respected by the real Rastas in Jamaica when he tried to do the whole Snoop Lion thing. And it makes sense because he got a Leo South Node, which means his karmic debt is in that whole lion type of energy. So yeah. But it could just show too that his ego can get to be too much at times, and he's going to be humble every now and then. Now, let's talk about his marriage. He's been married for quite a while now, right? Probably at least 20 years, but he's probably been cheating on his wife the whole way through. So just having Venus and Scorpio alone and having Moon conjunct Venus, that's like he always has chicks on the side. Like I would think even now he's probably cheating on his wife. He may never settle down, but maybe now because he's getting older. You know, a lot of those type of men, they just settle down. They because they just get older and their dick don't work like how it used to. And Snoop might be that type. I'll never forget when it was some awards show and he brought like three women with him and they were on dog chains. That's where it was like, come on, Snoop, you doing too much now. And did y'all know that he produced a porno before? I think it was called Snoop Doggy Style. Don't tell me don't ask me how I know, but I know. So yeah, Snoop has had his hands in a lot of projects. And that Saturn in Gemini, trine Pluto points to that. And then his Mars in Gemini, I mean Mars in Aquarius, that just points to his affiliations with the different. He was even affiliated with Master P at one point. Remember? Yeah, it was Master P. That didn't last long, and I forgot why they didn't, work out. But yeah, Snoop has gotten around. Snoop spreads himself all around. And then him being in certain movies like Baby Boy. So yeah, all that Scorpio energy again speaks to the collaborations. I don't see how his wife could be married to him though. All right, moving along. I don't think there's much I want to say about him. But we can talk about if this is his birth time, because honestly, I meant to double check all of these charts, and some of these charts I was just pulling out of my files. So I think this is one of the charts that I had in my files already. I think this is the right birth time. Y'all let me know if it's not. But that would put the 0 degree of Taurus on his ascendant. Let's talk about what goes into him being a Taurus rising. Number one, the music, right? Um, he does have that smooth type of look. Not now, but he used to. What else about him is Taurus rising? And then let's see, Venus would be his chart ruler in Scorpio in the seventh house, and it's squaring his nodes. And there's nothing really in his chart that speaks a dog either, if this is his right birth time. Because dog, that would be Virgo. Now he has Virgo on the 6th, and then he has Mercury and Scorpio opposing the ascendant. So that could be, the dog part, but I'm not really satisfied with that. What do y'all say? So Asha said, is he a bit too skinny for Taurus? Well, let's break it down. So you want to take the chart ruler into account when it comes to size as well. So Taurus rising, Taurus does produce kind of, more of a thick frame, but it doesn't have to. So he got Venus, that's his chart ruler. It's conjoined to the moon, it's conjoined to Mercury. Mercury can thin things out. But then Scorpio produces bulk too. But if you look, Mercury's in quincunx with that Saturn, which can produce skinniness. But Mercury, the only way Mercury is dealing with his appearance is through that conjunction with Venus. So you could say because Mercury is conjoined to Venus and then Mercury's in quincunx with Saturn, that's what contributes to his bony frame. But let me see what else is going on. So he has Neptune, quincunx, his ascendant. And Neptune is a planet that can make one look kind of diminutive in some cases, but not all the way. So I really wouldn't say that's really contributing to him being very skinny too. Let me see what else he got. He got Pluto in Libra, quincunx, ascendant, Taurus ascendant, with Pluto being in the 6th house. That's not really producing a skinny frame either. Well, what that can do is like that means he could eat whatever he wants and he really doesn't put on weight. He must like that could show he got has a very fast metabolism. He has Sun in Libra opposing that ascendant. Then he got Mars in Aquarius. That Aquarius produces that height he has. Yeah. He really doesn't have anything that's just pointing to like, dude, you're bony. Interesting. Interesting. But a lot of it is probably dealing with the square with that Aquarius that's not producing that bulk that that Scorpio would. All right. I don't think we have too many left. So we got Bushwick Bill. He was part of the Ghetto Boys. And Bushwick Bill, he was a little guy, literally. And he had a glass eye because his girlfriend shot him in the eye. So he lost an eye. I think they were both drunk and high one night. I can actually read the story. I might have to save some of these for part two. Let me look up Bushwick Bill real quick. So Bushwick Bill, Sagittarius, born December 8th. You know, the eighth birth number can produce a pretty hard life. So he was born December 8th, 1966. So he was pretty up there in age. And he was born in Jamaica. So he was Jamaican. So Richard William Stephen Shaw, better known as stage name Bushwick Bill, was a Jamaican rapper. He was a member of the Texas hip hop group Ghetto Boys, a group he originally joined as a breakdancer in 1986 as Little Billy. Damn, he was a breakdancer with that little body. He went on to become one third of the most popular incarnation of the group, alongside Willie D and Scarface. I just want to get to the point where he got shot in the eye. Okay, here it is. On June 19th, first let me isolate the aspect that deals with the eye injury. So we want to look for Mars primarily. So he has Mars in Libra. And I see a sextile with Jupiter, but that's not pointing to an eye injury. And I don't have his birth time. And he don't have anything in Aries. So without his birth time, it's not going to be easy to see where that injury is coming from. I mean, you could, I wouldn't even qualify that. That's messed up. I wish I had his birth time. Yep. But that Mercury conjunct Neptune, because like I always say, while Mars rules the eyes, like the physical eyes, Mercury and Gemini has a lot to do with vision because you need your eyes to be able to process information, and that would be Gemini, the processing of information. So he has Mercury conjunct to Neptune, which can produce some issue with his vision, especially like where your vision is cloudy or you even lack vision, perhaps in one of your eyes. And that also points to drug, alcohol use as well, especially binging because it's in Scorpio. So let me just read what happened. So on June 19th, 1991, during an argument with his girlfriend, who was also the mother of his child, Bill was shot in the face. He lost his right eye as a result. Reports vary as to who actually fired the gun, as both participants' hands were on the weapon during the altercation. Bill has clarified that he was suicidal and attempting to force her into killing him, even going as far as to threaten their son's life. It has been suggested that part of the motivation was an attempt to score life insurance money for his mother. Damn, that's messed up. Well, that would be that Scorpio moon. So I would think his moon is in Scorpio. He had been under the influence of Everclear, grain alcohol, and PCP. Well, that'll definitely do it. The aftermath of the incident was documented on the album cover for Ghetto Boys' 1991 album We Can't Be Stopped, which shows Shaw being pushed through the hospital on a gurney by bandmates Willie D and Scarface. Shaw claims that he died and came back to life during the incident, and he made reference to it in his music. In 2006, he became a born again Christian. Well, being a Sagittarius makes sense. So he became a born again Christian. In May 2010, Shaw was arrested in Atlanta for possession of marijuana and cocaine. Based on his prior arrest record and not being an American citizen, he faced deportation. So let's just talk about his death. On May 1st, 2019, Shaw revealed that he had been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. That's probably from drinking that Everclear. Yup. Barely a month later, on June 9th, reports emerged that he had died, but news of his death was later refuted by his son. However, it was reported and confirmed that Shaw died later that day at a hospital in Denver. I don't care if it's getting close to 1 a.m. After this live stream, I'm having some ice cream because I didn't get to eat dessert tonight. No, actually, I did have a piece of chocolate, but and some candy, but I'm having some ice cream. And because I'm a Sagittarius, I always gotta be extra. Like I just can't have ice cream. So what I also have, I got an ice cream cone, but I'm not gonna make the ice cream cone. I'm gonna break up the ice cream cone into little pieces and put it in the ice cream. And then I also have some Nestle mini chocolate chips, the Toll House little mini chocolate chips. I'm gonna put them on top of the ice cream, and then I might hit it with some Hershey chocolate syrup. Cause again, I'm a Sagittarius. I gotta be extra. I can't ever just have a bowl of ice cream. It gotta have the works on it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that ice cream. Oh my God. And I'll probably watch a movie and then go to bed. All right, so that's enough about Bushwick Bill. Sad life. All right, Eminem. Eminem. Now, do y'all believe that Eminem has been cloned? There's been speculation that Eminem, he had a little hiatus from his career and then he came back looking different. He really doesn't look the same. So I don't know if he got plastic surgery or if we're really dealing with a clone here. Or maybe, some people just look different. Now, if he does look drastically different, there are some signs that can point to that. Like Aquarius, that's one of the signs that can cause you to look very different than how you looked before. Scorpio can cause that as well, because Scorpio deals with transformation. So let's see if he got anything in his chart that could just deal with, okay, already I see it. He got Mercury in Scorpio, and it's in quincunx with Chiron and Aries. That's dealing with the transformation in terms of his face alone. But could that mean that it's not really him anymore? Because that Chiron and Aries, that can deal with like some alter identity. On one hand, you could say this is his alter ego, Slim Shady. So remember when he first came out and he was like, my name is Slim Shady, which was kind of like his alter ego. So on one hand, that could deal with that Mercury and Scorpio, quincunx, Chiron and Aries. But on the other hand, it could point to maybe there's some cover up going on about his true identity. And again, this is just pure speculation. Even this Mars and Libra opposition Chiron could kind of point to that. Like there's somebody impersonating him. Libra is the sign of impersonation. So it does kind of make you wonder, like, was he replaced? Is he a clone? Or, you know what I mean? Let me see what else he got. Okay, so here's another one that supports what I'm saying. So he got Moon in Aquarius, which again, remember I said Aquarius is one of those signs that can produce a drastic change in terms of your appearance. So he got Mercury Quincunx Chiron, and then he got Mercury square Moon in Aquarius. I don't know if this is his birth time. I might not have his birth time. But what do y'all think? Do y'all think he's a clone? Do you think it's the same Eminem? You know, they said the same thing about Dave Chappelle too. Eminem does have Sun conjunct Uranus in Libra, which could deal with an artificial image. Now, what is that Uranus representing in his life? Now, it could represent the group that he was part of. Wasn't he part of that group D12, or he created that group D12? Then he was affiliated with Dr. Dre, who's a producer, so that could represent Sun conjunct Uranus. Let's say he's the same. Yeah, I think he's the same too. I think he just went through a change. Like he went through, like he grew up because he kind of had like a little boyish look, and then he got older. He put on some weight. But wait a minute. Now I think about it, his eyes look very different than how they used to look before. So what's up with that? Maybe he got some plastic surgery done. But he don't strike me as the type that would get plastic surgery. But then again, he does have that Libra stellium, and you know, Libra can be vain. But his eyes did kind of change, though. That's the thing that really kind of looks different about him around his eyes, if you ask me. Then remember, like he had these issues with his mother, and he was writing raps about like what was that song? Um, I'm cleaning out my closet. And wasn't he burying, like he was digging a grave and it was supposed to be for his mom or something? That's very Moon in Aquarius squaring Mercury in Scorpio. And then there was something else involving his mother too. I forgot what it was. But it was some type of controversy. So Blazin said he's got plastic surgery. He has a reputation to keep. Society is very ageist. And you know, Libra is one of those signs that is very concerned with getting old. So Enya is saying he's an MK Ultra. Well, do you remember in the club video? I think Eminem was in that video. Wasn't he with 50 Cent? But with 50 Cent, they were acting like he was some type of cyborg. But I don't know, they might interesting that you're saying MK Ultra. I could kind of see that with Eminem. Then he has Venus square Saturn, which often does not work out well with relationships. And we know he had a rocky relationship with Kim, his baby mama. And then his Mercury in Scorpio also points to, you know, some of the lyrics in his songs. And then the Mercury square moon can also, again, points to some of the lyrics that were directed towards his mother, which I remember had me kind of taken aback. Hey, Legendary, thank you so much for your super chat. You said, what in a birth chart would make a rapper have a ghostwriter secretly? Well, a lot of times you're going to see Cancer influence because Cancer is the ghost period, but you'll see like 12th house influence. Neptune could come into play. Like the person could have like Mercury conjoined to Neptune, even, or they could have, let me see, they could have even Venus being conjoined to Mercury, because that could mean that somebody else is writing their rhymes, not them. Because the Venus would represent someone else's rhymes. Like Mercury conjunct Venus alone, that's like somebody else's rhymes, not your own. especially if it was in a sign like either Scorpio or Libra, then you would be like, yeah, that's probably, that could be a ghost rider. But again, the word ghost alone, Cancer, so we might even see some Cancer energy up in there. But that's a really good question. Thank you, Kauai, for your super chat. You said his mom had Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Really? And what did she did something to, was it his son or daughter? Thank y'all both for the super chat. All right, moving along. I don't even want to talk about this man, Dr. Dre. What can we talk about him? We could talk about his abusive ways because didn't Michelle Lay talk about him abusing her? And then I remember when he pushed that host of that hip hop show, I think her name was D, he pushed her down the steps. So Dr. Dre is not a nice guy. And then he has that questionable past. He was being rumored as to being gay. I think Tupac actually came out and said Dr. Dre likes to have sex with men. All right, so let's see. And I believe this is his birth time. So he's a Gemini rising at the 0 degree. Sun at the 29th degree of Aquarius conjoined to Saturn and Pisces. He got a lot of secrets. And that just points to him being in the beginning of his music career, world class wrecking crew, where he was wearing the costumes and stuff. And it just shows that he's a chameleon. So it shows, like, again, in the beginning of his career, he was singing, before you turn off the lights, let's make one thing understood. If you plan to make love to me. Now, that was Michelle Lay singing that, I think. So they were, they got together early on. But yeah, he's a chameleon because even when in NWA, if y'all remember that song that he had, it was called Respect Yourself, right? And he said, I don't smoke weed or sex because it's known to give a brother brain damage. And then a few years later, you're coming out with the Chronic album where you're talking about smoking weed all day, all long, smoke weed every day, that type shit. So I'm like, which one is? Oh yeah, D Barnes, that was her name. But it just shows you Dr. Dre is a chameleon. You never know what you're going to get with him. But it's also mainly just showing how dope he is with music. I have to give him that. And Aquarius is the sign of the music producer. So he got it like that with that Aquarius stellium, and especially with Sun conjoining Saturn and Pisces. He's just a walking music machine, basically. Now he got Mars. Can't say that's a conjunction because it's too wide for it to be a conjunction because that's 10 degrees. But Mars is very close to that Pluto for it to be, him having a bunch of fuck boys on hand. Dudes that are going to serve him up underneath the table. Let's see, he got that Neptune and Scorpio. He got Venus square Neptune. That's very suspect. Mercury square Neptune as well. You can't qualify that Sun square Neptune. It's too wide. But just having Mercury and Venus, and that Venus square Neptune, that could show shady business practices. Like he's robbed people, he's robbed artists of money that he owes them, most definitely. So shady business practices, and that shows that, he's not totally straight in terms of his sexuality either. Now, the abusive part, Mars and Virgo alone, because Mars in a mutable sign can produce extreme acts of anger, angry outbursts. And then he has Mars square in that Sagittarius South Node. That means his anger knows no bounds. He can really fly off the handle. He got a nasty mouth too with that Mars square in that North Node in Gemini as well. And then just think about the beef he had with Ice Cube. And that could point to that with Ice Cube being a Gemini. And then the beef he had with Easy E, with Easy E being a Virgo, this Virgo stellium makes sense. Then he got, what is that? Mars, Pluto, and Uranus opposing Chiron. So that's like the humiliation rituals involving Easy E. Because I feel like that Chronic album, yeah, he was humiliating Easy E, but I feel like he was also humiliating himself too. Like he was kind of outing himself with some of those songs from the Chronic album. They were very explicit, talking about your dick on hard. It was a lot of dick talk and sucking on dick, it was just very homoerotic of an album with my nuts on your tonsils, stuff like that. Luke's getting bent over, so Luke's getting fucked. Buster. Like, it was so homoerotic. Yeah. And then he got Jupiter in Taurus, opposition Neptune and Scorpio. That's him basically robbing a lot of artists blind that he had. All right. Few more. Yes, Mars and Look, any mutable Mars is capable of extreme acts of violence. So that would be Mars in Gemini, Mars in Virgo, Mars in Sagittarius, and Mars in Pisces. Those are like blackout anger type Mars. And where the anger can just come upon you suddenly, like you switch up real quick. Like this is like the one your woman say something, she a little out of pocket, and you just haul off and backhand her because it was a knee jerk reaction. That's like that mutable anger type of energy. And next thing you know, you're apologizing because you don't know what came over you. That type of stuff. All right, look who we have here, Sir Mix-a-Lot. Baby got back. Now, the reason why I included Sir Mix-a-Lot, Kawhi, I'm not sure if you had him on the list, and you had a long ass list, which is why I'm glad you were like, I need this done in two parts, because I'm like, God damn. But and some of them, I don't even think I'll be able to get a chance to cover all of them. But I am gonna, cover a nice amount of them. But the reason why I wanted to include Sir Mix-a-Lot was because I wanted to see what aspects was in his chart that is representing his song. I like big butts. Baby got back. Simple as that. Thank you, Legendary. You said thank you, Rob. Makes total sense. Last question. What about naturally great lyricists, punchlines, metaphors for days? A lot of times you're going to see with the metaphors, that's just plain old Gemini energy. Because, Gemini has the gift of the gab. And also, if we're talking about punchlines, humor, that would be the Sagittarius part. So they might even have an opposition between a planet in Mercury and a planet in Sagittarius that would make them really good as a lyricist and also good with the punchlines, the metaphors as well. A lot of times, metaphors have humor in it too, with them using words as substitutions and stuff. So yeah, a lot of times it's just that plain old Gemini Sagittarius opposition that can produce that. And also, a great lyricist helps to have some Libra in there too. So if they got a nice trine between Gemini and Libra, and we saw that already in some of these examples with some of the better rappers. I think Rakim was one of them, or was it? No, Rakim. I think he had a trine between his Aquarius and Libra energy. But I'm trying to think, who was it that had that nice trine between Gemini and Libra? And I was like, this is what helps them to be a really good rapper. But that's really good at being a lyricist too. That Gemini Libra trine. And then if you happen to have a grand trine in your chart, that's like all the pieces being put together. Having a good production, good lyrics, and then also just having that, being able to draw a crowd, being able to relate to people, being able to be sophisticated in terms of your language, your speech, choice of words, all that. All right, Sir Mix-a-Lot. So, what in his chart is showing that he likes big butts and he cannot lie. Now, but is Sagittarius, but I don't see any planets in Sagittarius. So we got to go to Jupiter. So Jupiter ruling Sagittarius, Jupiter also deals with the buttocks. So he said, I like big butts and I cannot lie. So I'm seeing that with the trine between his Sun and Venus in Leo, and it's trining Jupiter and Aries. Little in the middle, but she got much back. Whoa. Phew. So yeah, that's the trines right there. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. The last time I was on a cruise, why did this girl get up and she did a karaoke? She basically sang karaoke to that song. I was like, girl, sit down. Little in the middle, but she got much back. And she even started with the whole Becky, look at her butt. I mean, it's so big, it's so round, it's just so like out there. She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends. She's just so black. That part used to crack me up in the beginning. She was like, Becky, look at her butt. And then next thing you know, the BBLs are taking the world by storm. Now, men have always been into butts, right? But it started to become outrageous once. I would say Sir Mix-a-Lot did kind of, start things with the whole obsession over the butts. LL also had a song dealing with big butts too. It'd be like Tina got a big old butt. I told you I'd be true. And Tina got a big old butt. That's why I'm leaving you. But then it just got out of hand from that point on, and now women are getting all these BBLs, almost killing themselves to basically please these men out here. And I don't even think it's about pleasing the men so much anymore. It's because they're in competition with other women, probably, or they want to get the props from the other women. And I don't know if y'all notice this nowadays, but y'all let me know if you notice this on social media. But I've noticed that now you got more women lusting after other women than men lusting after women. Like, let you see a woman on Instagram or some other platform and she got a big old nice juicy booty and she twerking or whatever, or she just dancing or she got on some form fitting pants. You will see so many comments from women with their tongues just hanging out, wagging, talking about, oh my God damn. I've never seen so many lesbian women in my day. And again, I'm old school. So back in my day, of course, there was always lesbians, right? And I think most of these women that are basically fawning over other women, I think they would consider themselves to be straight or at least bisexual. But back in the day, back in my day when I was coming up, of course you had lesbians, but a lot of women, even if they were into women, they didn't just outwardly come out and say it. Now I'm looking on social media and there's so many women that are just like, God damn, girl. Like it seems like they're men now. And they're more vocal about it than men. I'm just like, wow, it's just amazing how times have changed. Just amazing. But, if you like it, I love it. That's all I'll say. I'm just like, it's just a new day. And sometimes I still be getting kind of caught off guard, like, wow. And I guess it's because, women feel so free nowadays. Because again, if you was doing that back when I was in high school, even college, other women would look at you and be like, really? What? What are you doing? But now it's like totally accepted to openly lust after other women, even though you might claim that you're a straight woman. And I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. It's just a sign of the times. Things have changed. And I'm very observant. So I notice a lot of women in the comments, they be losing their damn minds over a big booty or a nice, nice set of tits. They be like, God damn, girl. Oh, I'm just like, wow. Yes, King Cole said, yes, men rarely compliment women for real. It is the age of Aquarius now. It really is. All right. So I'm kind of disappointed because Sir Mix-a-Lot really didn't have like Sagittarius in his chart that would really bring that song to life. But you never know. Maybe he's a Sag rising. I don't have his birth time. All right, moving along. Okay, the reason why I included Twista is because he raps really fast, and I wanted to see what was in his chart that enabled him to rap so fast. Now, I ain't gonna lie, Twista looks like a stud, don't he? This is how your average stud looks nowadays. And like they be coming with usually a lot of times they make good money. You know, they look like that, but it seems like they're constantly PMSing. I don't get these studs. These studs, they are so emotional. They are they are so hard to deal with. I swear, I be hearing it all the time from my lesbian clients, like especially the ones that are with the studs. These studs are problematic. And I don't want to be, stereotyping, but I just hear it all the time. Like, they're so conflicted. No, you didn't say the black Rosie O'Donnell, but don't Twister look like a straight up stud? Yeah. But he said, I thought this was a woman. But that's how they be looking nowadays. And why a lot of studs are overweight like that. I noticed that's a major trend too with them. And usually they be having big ass booties too, but trying to be a man. All right, but anyway. So Twister. Again, I'm looking for an aspect that shows that he raps very fast. So we could look at two things. We could look at his Mercury, but then he also has his South Node at the 29th degree of Gemini. And then it's in trine with, there it is right there. So it's his South Node at the 29th degree of Gemini. It's in trine with his Uranus in Libra, because what that Uranus can do is like be like lightning fast with the speech. And Mercury and Gemini is a planet and sign of speed too. So just having Gemini alone could enable you to speak very fast, but it's that South Node in Gemini trine Uranus in Libra in particular. But yeah, I don't know much about him other than that. Gangster Boo. So, Kawhi, I think you did want me to cover 3-6 Mafia. So I was like, I can't cover them all, but I was like, let me cover maybe two of them where, the more controversial ones. So Gangsta Boo, she was part of 3-6 Mafia. I like a couple of their songs. I ain't gonna lie, but again, because I'm from the old school, I was a little taken aback when they first came on the scene, especially being raised in the church, hearing them, them being called 3-6 Mafia. I was like, oh shit. I was like, hip hop taking a dark turn. I was like, damn. So yeah, I was kind of taken aback by the name of their group and all that. And then to find out how she ended up, I'm just like, wow, how tragic. Now, Gangsta Boo was born in 1979 and she passed in 2023, supposedly of a drug overdose. And they was all about sipping on that scissor. So Gangsta Boo, Leo, so Sun conjunct Jupiter, and people with Sun conjunct Jupiter, a lot of them they do want to live life to the fullest, especially if it's in Leo like that or any fire sign. And they may not, they may lack self restraint. They might want to go hard with everything. They might want to do everything in a big way. Eating, drinking, smoking, sniffing, what have you, sex, everything could be over the top. And with her being born on the 7th, I'm not surprised she was heavily into drugs and that she had a tragic end. And I think she might have had some illness too. Let me pull her up. Let me pull her story up real quick. Okay. So it says Lola Chantrell Mitchell, better known as Gangsta Boo, was an American rapper. She rose to prominence as a member of 3 6 Mafia, which she joined at the age of 14. After releasing 6 albums, she left the group and its record label after the release of her second solo album, Both Worlds, Star 69. Due to financial disputes and issues regarding promotion of the album, she subsequently released several solo albums and became known for collaborating with artists such as Foxy Brown, LaChat, Eminem, Glorilla, Run the Jewels, Little John, Latto, Outkast, Tina Shea, and Yellow Wolf. Being the only female rapper in 3 6 and only one of a few in a very male dominated horrorcore gangster rap music scene, Mitchell had an elevated position for her generation of women in hip hop and inspired later female artists to take a more prominent role in music. One thing I heard was that they were really into Satanism. Maybe not all of them, but some of those members, they were really worshiping Satan, from what I learned from some interviews. All right, let's just get into her death. On January 1st, 2023, at the age of 43, Mitchell was found dead on the front porch of her mother's home in the Whitehaven neighborhood of Memphis. Memphis Police Department stated that there was no evidence of foul play. Her autopsy revealed cocaine, fentanyl, and alcohol in her system. On June 15th, her cause of death was listed as an accidental overdose of cocaine that had been cut with fentanyl. So, do you believe it was actually an overdose, accidental overdose, or do you believe it might have been foul play? Now, let me see if she has any overdose aspects in her chart. So, she has, let's see, she got Mercury, Sesqui Square, Neptune. Now, that doesn't necessarily say overdose, but it could deal with where, because it's Neptune involved and Neptune is Sagittarius, that can deal with a copious amount of drugs that could maybe stop her heart because Mercury is in Leo. So it could have even been connected with her lungs and her heart. Maybe she stopped breathing first and then her heart gave out. It could have been like that through that sesqui square. Because the sesqui square can produce like serious, like extreme emergency situations. And then let me see, she had a Pisces South Node. So she was just naturally prone to have some type of addiction, whether it's drugs, alcohol, what have you. And then she had a quincunx with Venus and Leo. So that alone could be drugs that stop her heart or that, affect her heart functioning properly. But that doesn't necessarily say overdose. The overdose is mainly seen through Neptune, Sesqui Square, her Mercury. That's if it was actually an overdose. Wow, that's sad. All right, this dude right here. Again, I don't know how much more we got. Let me see who's next after this. But this dude right here, he gets on my nerves. Wait, where's the okay. He got on my nerves in Moesha because it's like he always got this attitude. And he was in that movie, what was it, Strapped? Oh, I hated his character in that movie where he shot that little girl by mistake. Now I'm looking for, where does crossword come from? Let me get rid of that. Okay, I'm looking for something and I lost it. Oh, I got more than one window open. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, Fredo Star. He get on my nerves. He really do. because he always got this attitude. And then I see him in an interview recently, and I'm pretty sure he's around my age. He's actually a few years older than me. And I was just thinking to myself, like, I could never imagine being married to like a man child like him because he still acts like he's like 22 years old, honestly. He's never really grown up, which makes sense being an Aries. So he got Sun conjunct Mercury in Aries. He got Chiron in Aries. He always had that those cheekbones that made me think he had some strong Native American heritage in him. But I bet you he looked just like his mama. But anyway, he's just annoying to me. Like, he always got this attitude and always acting like he got a problem. And that's very much, he probably isn't a happy person with his Mars in Capricorn and it's squaring his sun. Sun square Mars people a lot of times aren't happy people. I've seen it time and time again. And they tend to get in conflicts with people quite easily. They tend to be, got anger problems. They could potentially be violent. Hey, what's that? A feather? What's the feather mean? Kawhi said he said Brandy didn't really like him. I see why. Salacia said, I hate that he got away with it in the end. Are you talking about in Strapped? I couldn't stand him. And how tall is he? What is he, like 5'3"? He's a little short guy. But he seems so angry all the time. He got Venus and Pisces. He's another one that really doesn't strike me as liking women. Oh yeah, Native American. I could definitely see the Native American heritage in him. But he just strikes me as another guy that's not really fond of women. And he does have Venus opposition Pluto. And he doesn't seem like he got a sexual bone in his body. Does he have kids? Let me look him up real quick. He's the type of dude where you could take him out the hood, but you can't take the hood out of him. Okay, so he's 54. Fred Lee Scruggs Jr., better known by stage name Fredro Starr, is an American rapper and actor best known as a member of the hardcore rap group Onyx. Fredro Starr was discovered by the late hip hop star Jam Master Jay of Run DMC, who signed Onyx on his label JMJ Records. Onyx went out to release three top selling albums before Fredro began his solo career. As part of Onyx, Fredro Starr was nominated as Favorite Rap Hip Hop New Artist. Fredro has starred in more than 55 films. Yeah, he's more of an actor than a rapper at this point. And television shows. He made his acting debut in the HBO drama Strapped. His film credits include Spike Lee's Clockers. I love Clockers. I love that movie. Sunset Park, Ride. I didn't like him in Ride either. He played a little knucklehead. I never seen Light It Up. I didn't know he played in Save the Last Dance, and I never seen Torque either. Said he also performed the Save the Last Dance's theme song Shining Through with Jill Scott on the multi-platinum soundtrack. Starr made his television debut in Law and Order and New York Undercover, but he is known for his role of Quentin Q. Brooks on UPN's Moesha, starring R&B singer Brandy. He also appeared in HBO's The Wire, NYPD Blue, Blade, and CSI Miami. Fredro also co-hosted Dance 360, a daily half-hour urban dance competition show on Paramount Television. Does he have any fruitiness in his chart? Let's see. Not really. Okay. But again, I still don't think he likes women. Well, he does have an Aquarius moon. I don't think he is really fond of women. I don't even think he really likes sex, honestly. I don't know what the hell gets him off. It's probably like just a bottle of, Henny or Jack Daniels and some blunts. That's probably the only thing he enjoys. Like he looked like the type of dude like you invite him to dinner and he just sit at the end of the table looking at you with his mouth half open. Cause he kind of a mouth breather too, like Diddy. And here he is. This is in their latter days. So here's Phaedro with Sticky Fingers. So Phaedro is an Aries, Sticky Fingers is a Scorpio. My dad, he liked Onyx when they came on the scene because I think my dad was still in his 40s back then. This just shows you how much time has passed. But I remember my dad was like, "Hey," he was like, "Okay," he was like, "Okay." Slam, da 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 da. Let the boys be boys. Now this is interesting. Both Sticky Fingers and Fredo Star have Aquarius moons, and then Sticky Fingers Mars is conjoined to Fredo Star's Sun and what was that? His Sun and Mercury. So that shows that they were pretty tight. Oops, my bad. I wasn't that fond of Sticky Fingers either. And especially like, well, I'll tell you this. I like Sticky Fingers in what was it? Next Friday he was in, or was it Friday after next? One of them. He was in one of those Fridays with Debo. What Sticky Fingers, True Scorpio for real. But Sticky Fingers got Sun in Scorpio square and Aquarius moon. Well, I wonder what that's about. That's a little suspect too. But I don't think he's like that. That could just mean he's always having rocky relationships with women, which would make sense. He doesn't seem like he's another one that doesn't seem very gentle towards women. Let me look him up because I'm like, and then let's look at Fredo. Was Fredo ever married? Okay, Fredo Starr has 3 children with his wife. You know, Fredo Starr has a Croatian wife. Let me look this. I gotta look up a picture of his wife. So Fredo Starr has a Croatian wife. Her name is Corina Longin, and they got married in 2007. Let's see. She was a model. Okay, that looks like an unlucky couple. Let me show y'all what this person. Let me show y'all this real quick. Let me close this real quick. Y'all gotta see this. Oh, good. And this will give me a chance to see how many more we got for part one. Oh, yeah, we're almost done. Okay. All right, let me just show y'all this real quick. Here's one. Let me get another picture of them. Wait a minute. That's not Fredo Star. That's weird. That is not Fredo Star right there, but that's him right there. Let me show you this picture of them too. Now she looks nice right there. Now Fredo kind of looked like a stud in these pictures. What if Fredo Star was a woman all this time? We had no idea. You know that the women can really pass for men. All right, so let me just share my screen. But I'm telling you, there's something off with Fredo Star. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but there's something not right with him. Okay. Okay, here it is. So here's Fredo Starr and his wife. Don't he kind of look like an old female, like an old stud right here in both of these pictures? Matter of fact, I know of a female to male transgender individual that looks just like that. Maybe there's more than maybe there's more than meets the eye here. Nandy said they Onyx from Southside Jamaica, Queens. If they were the hood would have been told. I'm just having fun with y'all right now. I'm just acting stupid. But you could kind of see that I'm kind of cynical with hip hop at this point. I really am. I think it's just because of my age. And also because we can't assume that these people are who they say they are. I mean, like if they were portraying a certain role, like how Fredro and Sticky Fingers was playing like y'all was some hardcore thugs with Onyx. Next thing you know, y'all are acting in movies, and this dude is playing in Moesha, and he's in other movies where it's like, okay, that was just a persona, that was just a character you were playing. A lot of times, these actors are just playing characters, and who they play as these rappers are not who they really are in real life. And Fredro Starr, he's a perfect example of that. And then we have the DOC. The reason why I wanted to include the DOC is because I know he got into some car accident or whatever, and I want to see what's in his chart that points to that. So let me pull up DOC. I'm just jaded and cynical about the whole entertainment industry, period, at this point. Let me put rapper. And the DOC, he had a child with Erica Badu. Puma, that's her name. That's the daughter that they have together. So the DOC, he's 6'4". So he's a tall drink of water. So Tracy Lynn Curry, better known as his stage name, the DOC, is an American rapper, songwriter, and record producer. Along with his solo career, he was a member of the Southern hip hop group Fila Fresh Crew. Now, I just want to get to that accident. Okay, it says shortly after the album's release, Curry suffered a severe car crash that permanently changed his voice. Since his accident, he has released two more albums, Helter Skelter in 1996 and Deuce in 2003. All right, so let's look for signs of this accident. So simply him having Mars and Gemini alone makes him prime to be in car accidents. I know because I got Mars and Gemini. I've been in a number of car accidents. The last major car accident I was in, I thought I was going to die. And then the fact that he has Mars square Pluto and Mars square Uranus, you can add the sun up in there too, and then Venus as well, especially with Venus square Pluto. But yeah, that can produce a nasty car accident where you end up injured. And then about it disfiguring his voice, that's very much Venus squaring Pluto in particular. Interesting. So they don't get into the details about the car crash, but I would like to know how that car crash happened and like what exactly messed his voice up. Like, did he get hit in the throat with something like the steering wheel or something like that? That would be interesting to know. And then I don't have his birth time. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a Taurus rising simply because his voice had changed. And whatever is rising, that can make you vulnerable in terms of your body, vulnerable to illnesses and injuries. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's a Taurus rising, which would make the issue with his voice even come more out to the forefront. And then last but not least, for part one, and I'll be doing part two probably next month. Part one, we have Cool Keith. Now, Cool Keith is more on the obscure end of rappers. A lot of people don't even know who this man is, but I had to include him. I think he was on the list. I think you did put him on the list, Kawaii. And I think I was surprised to see that you knew who he was because a lot of people don't even know who Cool Keith is. But I wanted to include him because he is a straight up weirdo. And whenever you're dealing with dudes that, do stuff like this, like he wears this wig, plastic looking wig cap a lot. You got to be careful of dudes like this because a lot of times it means that they're into some twisted shit, like for real. Now, with Cool Keith, he actually came out with his own genre of rap called pornocore because he is a sexual deviant. He is hypersexual. I would say he's a sex addict. So I definitely wanted to include him. Kawhi said, yes, his lyrics are weird. But I have to admit, I was a fan of the group that he was in called Ultramagnetic MCs. They come from like way back in the day, like probably around like 1987, 1986, 87, 88. That's when they were pretty, prominent in the rap game. But they got some nice songs, Ultramagnetic MCs. And he broke off and became solo, and then he just went off his rocker and just doing like all types of crazy stuff. Like he also wants to be like the superhero type of character, hence this plastic wig he got on. But I do like the song that he put out called Earth People. And that's from his alter ego, Dr. Octagon. Earth People, New York and California. Earth People, I was born on Jupiter. So you see lyrics like that shows he's kind of out there. Now, he has Mars conjunct Neptune in Scorpio, and that can deal with his different alter egos, his different identities and aliases, especially him trying to be like a superhero type of character. And also that explains that plastic wig that he wears. But that's a conjunction, especially when you take this square into account with Saturn and Aquarius, it can cause him to be a sexual pervert. And I believe he is one. And one of his albums is called something dealing with gynecologists. Hold on, let me pull it up. It's called Dr. Octagonacologist. Like he's obsessed with the coochie. Like he's one of those guys that wants to take a telescope and like stick it up there and see if he can, see as far as he can see up there. Like he wants to play the role of the gynecologist. He wants to like get a camera and like just start recording down there. There's some men down there that really want to study it, and he's one of those types. But yeah, he's like real creepy with that Mars conjunct Neptune squaring that Saturn and Aquarius. So yeah, just off the wall. That square alone could just make him like weird, strange, oddball type of character and like a creep. And then he has Moon and Gemini squaring Chiron and Pisces. That don't help either. And that can make him actually like deranged and delusional and just cuckoo. Yeah, he's a wild one, Libra. But Libra men, period, a lot of them are kind of kooky acting themselves. And you could say because Libra is the opposite sex, so a lot of times Libra men, they're not sure of, even if they're really bona fide men, I think, or they have a hard time expressing that, full blown masculine side. So it gets a little skewed, gets a little twisted. But yeah, just think about